All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Thursday, October 20th, and it is an absolutely beautiful day today in Manatee County. Welcoming you to a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And we're going to start it off the way we usually do. We're going to start off by honoring God, and then we're going to honor our great nation. Today, from Bible Baptist Church of Bradenton, we have Pastor Paul McLaughlin, who will give the invocation, after which Commissioner and Army veteran Reggie Bellamy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, if you're able, please stand.
Amen. Heavenly Father, who art in heaven, today we come before you with troubled hearts of what is taking place in America and the world around us. We are also burdened by the aftermath of Hurricane Ian that has left behind so much devastation and loss. In spite of all the bad that has and is taking place, we come before you with praise and thanksgiving. We acknowledge you as our sovereign and creator. Lord, without ceasing, we pray for our Jerusalem and those in leadership that you have placed over us. We pray for our president, our governor, and those in Manatee County. We earnestly hope and pray that their hearts would be guided by you, Lord, that their decisions would be wise and that their leadership would be honorable. We pray for healing in our country and that the lawlessness and evil would cease. Oh God, protect us and revive us as a people that need your presence in our hearts and lives. As I have prayed in the past, help each and every one of us, O Lord, to heed 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Father God, we commit this meeting in this day to you by faith and to consider the words of St. Augustine to seek not to understand that you or we might believe, but believe that you or we may understand. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor McLaughlin. That was absolutely beautiful. And Commissioner Bellamy, yours was on point as well. All right. That was really a very pretty prayer. Okay, we'll move then to announcements and changes to the agenda. We'll go to Mrs. Courtney DePaul.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, everyone. One item was just added to the consent agenda. That item was number 22, execution of Amendment 1 to Asset Purchase Agreement for Premier Sports Campus. And then there was an updated memo published October 18th, 2022. Public comment letters were attached under advertised public hearings. Agenda item number 11, LDCT-22-19, Ordinance 22-87, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Accessory Dwelling Units, PLN 2207-0039. And again, that was the summary of the October 13th, 2022 Planning Commission that was attached. Item number 12, LDCT 22-16, Ordinance 22-72, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Setbacks, PLN 2206-0012. The summary of the October 13, 2022 Planning Commission was attached. Under advertised public hearings presentation scheduled, item number 15, LDCT 22-02, Ordinance 22-26, Land Development Code Text Amendment County Initiated for Agritourism, PLN 2201-0128, public comments and additional version of ordinance with an alternative light option, option B to Exhibit A. Option A previously was entered with the agenda package. That is attached. Agenda item number 16, PDMU-21-28ZP, CCSS Enterprises LLC and Shoot Straight Sarasota Holding Company LLC is the owners. The Village at Sarasota, PLN 2112-0052. It's quasi-judicial. A summary of the October 13th, 2022 Planning Commission was attached. Item number 17, PDR-22-06ZG, Rutland Plan Development. Ardith C. Rutland the First LLC is the owner. Nicholas Aparicio as a contract purchaser, PLN 2201-0114 is quasi-judicial. New staff report maps with the NCO overlay removed, a revised schedule of permitted and prohibited uses, revised ordinance with Exhibit B attached, additional public comment, and a summary of the October 13th, 2022 Planning Commission are attached. Then there was an updated memo posted on October 19th, 2022. There was an add-on item to consent, which was item number 21, authorization for a license use agreement with FEMA. And then under advertised public hearings, presentation scheduled, item number 17, PDR 2206, ZG Rutland Plan Development, again with Artis Rutland, the first LLC is the owner, and Nicholas Aparicio is the contract purchaser, PLN 2201-0114. There were additional public comments that were attached. All the above changes are in the updated memo and have been attached in the agenda management system. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Ma'am.
We did not get copy of any of the amendments.
Electronically.
Yeah, but we usually get a paper so we can follow along, and I change it on my main agenda. We have since I've been up here. So anyway, maybe next meeting you can. A couple of you have it, but most of us
Are you referring to
don't.
the pink, as you're referring to the pink sheet?
No, I'm talking about the amendments to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
may I speak?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner
Yes.
Bellamy.
Yes, just in respect to what Commissioner Whitmore is saying, I think where we're going is electronically, and I was looking for it. I found it on our information on the new software that we have. So I was a little confused at first, but I think all of us can follow along with the updates to the agenda on the electronic, based on the new software that we're wearing.
Where is it?
I am inside the agenda as far as the updates to the agenda was on the, right there, go down. Right here, and click on
Oh,
it, and then
that's
go to
new.
documents,
Oh,
and it's there.
right, that's new. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody would've told us.
Does anyone have anything they would like to pull? Any items they'd like to pull from consent? Okay. Hearing none. We will then go to citizen comment on future agenda items. So at this time, we're going to take citizen comment on items that are not on today's agenda, but may appear on a future agenda before this board. Is there anyone here who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item at this time? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on a future agenda item today? Okay, no callers. We're going to close citizen comment on future agenda then, and we will open citizen comment on the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on an item that appears on today's consent agenda? Come right up. Step right up. Don't be shy. So when you come to the microphone, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on whichever agenda item it is you've chosen.
Diana Ritchie, Manatee County, and this is in regard to the Rutland Development Proposal, number 17.
That's on the agenda. isn't it?
Okay, so that's not a consent item?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So the procedure is, we'll vote on consent, and then we'll start going through regular agenda items. And when we're doing that specific item, we'll have citizen comment on that specific item. So, all right, is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on consent agenda items? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on consent agenda? All right, no one. So then we're going to close citizen comment on consent agenda, and we'll entertain motions on consent.
Motion to approve the consent.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve consent, second by Commissioner Bellamy. Let me get to, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Servia clicked her button. I need you to click your button, sir.
Oh.
There we
I'll
go.
let him-
Whitmore
It
No, no,
doesn't-
go
sneaking in
ahead.
there ahead of you.
Doesn't matter.
All right, Reggie, you're good. Oh,
very
no.
good.
Okay, so officially, Madam Clerk, the motion is by Commissioner Servia, and the second is by Commissioner Whitmore to approve consent. We have held public comment, so commissioners, please cast your votes at this time. And consent passes by a vote of 7-0. Very good.
What's going on?
There were no items removed from the consent agenda. So then we're going to go to advertised public hearings, presentation upon request. Let me scoot ahead here.
So,
Go ahead, ma'am.
yeah, Mr. Chair, items 1 through 10 on presentation upon request are just the continuance to the date. We're not discussing the merits of the
So
notice.
1 and 2 are on consent, so you're referring to 3, 4,
Sorry.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10
Yes.
are continuances?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'd like to hold those together?
I
Or do we
think
have to be
so.
voted on individually? I would hope you'll
Well,
tell
you
me
have to
we can
open the
hold them
public
together.
hearing and then vote on
But we
each
can,
one.
we'll have to vote on each one, though?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Items 3, we're going to now hold public comment on items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Well,
If you, not 11, no. If you would like to come forward to speak on items 3 through 10 for public comment, we're opening public comment for those items now. Does anyone like to come forward to speak on 3 through 10? Okay, seeing no one, we will open the phones up to 3 through 10. Has anyone called in to speak? Okay, no one has called in to speak on 3 through 10, so we'll close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. Is there anyone who needs any information from staff before we move forward with the continuance? Okay, hearing none. So, Sarah, do you want me to go each individual for a vote? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, you can.
If it is, that's
just say
okay.
Items 3 through 10, they're all being continued to January 19th, 2023 at 1:30 PM or soon thereafter, so may be heard in this chambers. And that could be the motion.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Baugh to continue items 3 through 10.
Do we follow the board or no? 'Cause
We're going to do this verbally. Let's just do this verbally. Okay. So motion by Cruz, second by Baugh to continue items 3 through 10. All in favor of the continuance, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, items 3 through 10 are continued by a unanimous vote of 7-0. Takes us to item number 11. Mrs. DePaul, you want to introduce item number 11 for us or read it into the record?
Item number 11, LDCT-22-19, Ordinance 22-87, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment Accessory Dwelling Units ADUs, PLN 2207-0039, Legislative, and we've got Bill O'Shea as our principal planner here to present.
All right, Commissioners, does anyone need a presentation? I feel like we've beaten the ADU horse to death.
We've been through this so many times, but we need to make sure, because we made changes at the last meeting, that I would like some kind of simple explanation.
Summary of
so-
the changes.
Yeah, totally.
Mr. O'Shea.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Bill O'Shea with Development Services. So this is really a cleanup ordinance from what we had adopted about a year ago. We did recognize after the rule was put into place that there are situations in plan development where you can have an ADU that does not require it to be approved with the plan development. So that language has been added to the section of the Land Development Code. The second change was that we went back and forth many times with different renditions of the ordinance before it was adopted, and there was a sentence that was not included in the table. It's 750 square feet or 80% of the primary structure, whichever is less. That was added, and then for all of the zoning districts, we clarified by saying air-conditioned under roof square footage only. And the final change was in the instances where a homeowner chooses to convert their garage into an ADU, we wanted it to be clear that there's 3 parking spaces required. You need 2 for the primary residence and 1 for the ADU. And those are the changes proposed for you today.
Thank you, sir. Someone is on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, one of the mayors called me about this and about the parking. And just a question, because, you know, I brought this up during my briefing. We're eliminating guest parking, correct?
That is in an upcoming
That's in the next
item.
one. Okay, that's the one I'm going to bring about. Okay, this one I'm okay then.
Okay. So, no one else is on the board. We do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Commissioner Servia.
Just clarify for a minute. So number 11 is the first public hearing by the board.
Okay.
So no action is required.
No actions required. Good news. Good news. Okay, any other questions for Mr. O'Shea? All right, seeing none. Commissioner Satcher. Go ahead, sir.
So the parking space is going to, requiring 3, and then the 80% rule. Had we talked about those? Where was that initiated, those ideas? I don't remember hearing those 2 numbers.
The parking requirement is in the code So for a single-family unit, you have to have 2 parking spaces. That's already a requirement. There is a requirement in the ADU ordinance for an additional parking space for the ADU, but in the event people eliminate the garage, which could be counted towards those existing parking spaces, we wanted to make sure that, especially the people in building permitting, made sure that they had 3 parking spaces. So it's already a requirement, it's just clarification. And the 80%, or 750 square feet was always supposed to be in there. It was accidentally omitted. It was never our intention to allow a ADU to be larger than the primary dwelling unit.
No other questions?
I have one.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
Do you know how many have taken advantage of this since we passed it last year? Have you seen anything come through the hopper?
I have seen a couple of them, but we don't receive them in the planning section. It's building permitting. We did look at this before Planning Commission. There were 9 permit applications that were submitted since the adoption. 4 of them have been approved.
Good,
1 denied, and I think 3 of them are still pending.
good, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No one else is on the board? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Not Commissioner, Mrs. DePaul. If you would please read number 12, item number 12 into the record.
Item number 12, LDCT.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
No.
Okay.
LDCT-22-16, ordinance 22-72, county-initiated land development code text amendment for setbacks, PLN 2206-0012, legislative, and again, we've got Bill, our principal planner.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. So this one is again somewhat of a cleanup, and it will also eliminate a commonly occurring stipulation in zoning ordinances, and will also eliminate a specific approval request by incorporating a couple requirements into our land development code. The first change is to the definition of setback. Wasn't really clear, so we used something, we crafted language that talks about the buildable area instead of where it needs to be set back from the side property line, and included front, rear, side, and street under that definition. Currently, we have 5 definitions, and they're not very clear. So that is change number 1. Change number 2 occurs to many of the tables, many of the zoning tables. One thing that we have been allowing on most projects, and this has been through specific approval, is that the front yard was increased to 25 feet a while back because it was recognized that the 20 feet was not good enough or adequate to provide enough space for parking to keep vehicles off the sidewalk. So this was put into the code. But there are instances where right-of-way is actually between the sidewalk and the property line that could be used to satisfy that 25 feet. So what we're proposing today is if there is available space in the form of right-of-way or other that's between the sidewalk and the front of the garage, up to 5 feet of that can be utilized to provide that 25 feet. So we're not reducing the 25-foot requirement, it's just a matter of the way that it's measured. The second change, there's a commonly occurring stipulation in a lot of the development orders that talks about a 10-foot of separation between equipment located inside yards. And by adding this to the code, we will no longer have to stipulate that. And I believe that is all of the changes that are underneath this particular ordinance.
Thank you, sir. We don't have any commissioners on the board, so I think you've been I'm sorry, what? No? Yeah, so there's no commissioners on the board, so I think you've fulfilled your obligations on this one. We'll move on then to, where are we here? Item number 13. This is advertised public hearings, presentations scheduled. Mrs. DePaul, if you'd introduce item 13.
Item number 13, LDCT-22-06, ordinance 22-62, county-initiated land development code text amendment for Standard Zoning Limited District, PLN 2205-0054. It's our legislative item, and our principal planner, Charles Andrews, is here to present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Certified Planner with staff. I have a presentation here for you. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oop. And this is for the Standard Zoning Limited text amendment before you. Some background on it real quick. There were some recent concerns raised by the board regarding approving Euclidean or standard rezonings which permit land uses that have potential compatibility related issues related to such as general commercial or heavy manufacturing. So as a result, staff compiled a report and presented it to the board for next steps and direction. This was held at the the April 19th special meeting on April 19th. As a result of the presentation, the board made a formal motion for staff to add this as a development option to the Land Development Code through a text amendment. So what exactly is a standard zoning limited district? So it's a standard or Euclidean zoning district such as an RSF or a GC or HM, like a residential or commercial or industrial zoning district, with limitations placed upon it which would amend certain characteristics of a site that may otherwise generate potential adverse impacts, creating compatibility concerns or issues with adjacent property owners. Some examples of limitations include, but aren't limited to, land uses such as maybe alcohol beverage establishments, gas stations, etc., buffering screening, hours of operation, etc. So the main source of our research there is through Hillsborough County. They have a restrictive Euclidean zoning district that's been on the books in their neck of the woods since 2005. This has provided a more affordable, faster, and predictable alternative for applications or applicants than rezoning to a PD or planned development zoning district. Some examples include restrictions on, like I said, land use, enhanced buffering, hours of operation, etc. Another example there, which has a land use restriction and an overall square footage threshold. An example that was recently brought before the board with Manatee County was the Fidelity Bank rezoning, and this was from PRM to NCM. And this occurred on March 3rd, 2022. And this is a perfect example of where a standard zoning limited district could be utilized to fully address concerns of adjacent property owners, such as limitation on land use, pharmacy-only use, for example, some enhanced buffering screening to existing residences or support uses, a possible restriction on hours of operation, and restriction on vehicular access. Here's an aerial that's showing the exact site there of the example we're using, and there's an example there of some limitations that could be placed on the property. Positive aspects of this amendment, a Land Development Code text amendment, is that it's not site plan controlled. So currently with Euclidean zoning districts, there isn't a site plan with it, but with PD development, planned development, you would have a site plan, a civil engineered site plan that would be brought before the board for approval or review and approval. This has a faster review turnaround, so you could get this scheduled for public hearing. Doesn't have to go through the PD process. So as the first bullet alludes to, it's not site plan controlled, so you don't need a site plan for this. It's more cost feasible alternative than rezoning to a PD, and it provides the assurances and a more predictable result than rezoning to a standard zoning district such as a GC, which would offer a plethora of uses. So some positive aspects is regarding the review process. So we have the standard rezone review time could be 4 to 6 months roughly on average. It follow a standard rezone process, and it's not site plan controlled. We also have the planned development rezoning, which is 6 to 9 months plus, based on the concept and the scale of it, and that'd be through the PD rezone process, and that is site plan controlled. And then this option before you today would fall in the middle. It'd be a standard rezoning limited, which follows the same review time with a standard rezoning process. It'd be a standard rezone with that process, but it wouldn't be site plan controlled. So that's where that would fall, right in the middle. So positive aspects continued here regarding the fee schedule, where we are currently. So we've got the GD, or excuse me, General Development Plan with rezones. So a PD would fall in line with, at that amount there, 12,000. And then there we go. Where's the other one? There we go. Preliminary site plan with rezones 13. So right now, we have, in the red there, is a zoning atlas amendment rezone at 7,000. So it would be something right along in the 7 range that we're looking at. Negative aspects, there are none, and mitigating, there are none. So it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, land development code, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia is on the board.
Thank you. I'm so happy you brought this forward. Thank you to staff and the great presentation. And you used the perfect example, which was the pharmacy that was located next to the mobile home park, and I couldn't be comfortable with it because there was no control that it would just be a pharmacy. It could be a restaurant with an outdoor deck and entertainment. So that's really, really a good step for getting things through the system a little bit more quickly. Here's my question. If somebody brings forward a standard rezone and there's an unexpected opposition to it, could an applicant during the hearing say, well, we would agree to just have that pharmacy and nothing else? Could procedurally and legally, could that be done at the hearing, or would it require the application to be revised?
Now, I'll defer to legal on that, but how it's been handled and working with, well, for example, Hillsborough County, is that they could take a 5-minute recess, for example, and discuss it and then bring something back. But I'll defer to legal on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as long as it's going to more restrictive, it wouldn't have to be re-advertised. If the converse happened and they only proffered one use and that went through Plan Commission recommendation for approval and then the board, and they decide, no, we want to have 10 more uses, then it has to go back to Plan Commission to re-advertise.
Okay, so that I understand. So if you were going to straight general commercial, and then at the hearing you said, you know what, we're only going to do a pharmacy, we agree to that, and add a stipulation that could be processed. Yeah?
It would be more
Okay.
restrictive. Yes, ma'am.
That's going to make it a lot easier for folks. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. No other commissioners are on the board. We'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item 13 on today's agenda? All right, seeing no one, it's legislative, so we'll check the phone. Has anyone called in for item 13? Okay, no callers. We're going to close public comment. No commissioners on the board, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve, and we have a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We can cast our votes now. And Madam Clerk, this passes by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We'll move on to item number 14. Mrs. DePaul, if you would read that into the record.
Item number 14, LDCT-22-10, Ordinance 22-67, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for half-dwelling units and multifamily parking ratio, PLN 2205-0093. It's legislative, and again, we've got Bill O'Shea here to present.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Bill O'Shea for staff, and I don't need to be sworn for this, sorry. I do have a short PowerPoint, so if we can go to that. And next slide, please. Okay. So on April 19th of 2022, there was a special meeting held with the Board of County Commissioners. Staff presented the topic of introducing half-dwelling units into the Land Development Code.
Yeah, we have the wrong presentation up front.
Oh, sorry.
But we know what's coming. We already did that. I know. Well, we know it wasn't past that. I wasn't looking for Bill.
I just can't see that screen from here, sorry.
Testing you.
Giving them compliments of the job they're doing over there.
Y'all are doing a great job over here.
Okay, there you go.
Doing over there.
Next slide, please. So on April 19th, 2022, we had a special meeting with the Board of County Commissioners. Staff presented the topic of introducing half-dwelling units into the Land Development Code. We also talked about reduction in the multifamily parking ratio. the board passed a motion to proceed with these amendments. So what we are requesting is approval of a county-initiated LDC text amendment to define a half-dwelling unit, and that will be defined as a multifamily residential unit, 750 square feet or less in size. It was also to modify section 531.47, residential uses, to allow a half-dwelling unit to be utilized for density calculations on projects in the urban service area, to modify table 10-2 parking ratios to reduce the multifamily ratio from 2 spaces per dwelling unit plus 1 space per 10 dwelling units for guest parking to 1.8 parking spaces per dwelling unit, including the guest parking, and/or 1 space per half dwelling unit, including the guest parking for half units that are, if they use that half dwelling unit for their calculation and they're located in the urban service area. I did have a question during briefings on the parking ratio. This ordinance was pretty much mirrors Sarasota County's. I had some questions asked on how well it's being used, what their parking ratio is, stuff like that, and I did get a response. They are very popular in Sarasota County. The original intent was to increase affordable housing stock, but the reality is that most market rate developers are using the half-dwelling unit, and they adopted it with a slightly higher parking requirement of 1.2 parking spaces per unit. So that is something that if the board chooses, we could increase that size. We do not have any experience at this time working with half-dwelling units, but we do know that the 1.8 seems to be working because we get parking studies that indicate that it's more than enough to suffice for most multifamily developments. So that would be to the board's discretion as to whether or not we need to work on that number. Next slide, please. It provides developers the ability to construct 2 units of up to 750 square feet and count them as 1 unit. So theoretically, you're going to get more units, more smaller units, hopefully more affordable units in a complex than you could otherwise get if we didn't use the half-dwelling unit. The final thing on that is, excuse me. This half-dwelling unit at this time is only proposed to be utilized for density calculation only. We've been told by transportation staff that it will not impact their review. A unit is a unit, so the second means of access will still be required if you exceed 100 half-dwelling units or regular units. We are currently doing an impact fee study, but this is not currently included, so whether or not there is any kind of reduction in impact fees is yet to be determined, but most likely it will not result in a 50% reduction in the impact fee. And actually I got ahead of myself, I apologize. So in conclusion, it's staff opinion that this request may be found to be consistent with state statutes, the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comp Plan, and regulations of the Land Development Code. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. We have Commissioners Whitmore and Servia on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, and I'm the one that questioned this the other day at the meeting. You done? Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. Okay, urban service area, we talked about this, and you said it would work in our urban service areas. We don't really have any tight urban service areas like Sarasota. If you go to downtown Sarasota and all that, you could see where you can find some, well, people complain all the time you can't find a place to park. But if you got a half dwelling unit, you'll have 1 parking spot. Usually the owner will be there. And in the future, we're going to be that type. But I don't see that this working now. I mean, I could see downtown here, Bradenton, when the new development happens next door here. They don't even have a parking area. I heard they're going to share with the post office and some of the downtown parking garage. That's what I hear. So, and they maybe have 3 or 4 parking spaces on site for the businesses that are going to be below, I hear. So, we're going to see all that in the future, but I think this is way too premature. What about if we get a subdivision that's just half dwelling units? I guess you can't do that because it has to be a house, right?
It's
on the
got to be
property.
multifamily.
That's right, that's right. I don't think, I can't believe somebody's going to live in a half dwelling unit and there's no parking space for their company. Because I don't believe everybody in our area, we're too sprawled, is going to ride a bike over or something like that and then get tickets on the streets. I don't know how anybody else feels. I feel that this is too early for this. The 1.8, I'd like to know what that means. I'm not a planner. What does that mean? You said that was a suggestion. Sarasota, you said does 1.2?
The 1.8 is for multifamily in general. Sarasota County does 1.2 for half dwelling units.
Okay.
We're proposing 1.
Okay. I don't support not allowing any guest parking. And you kind of saw my concerns the other day. So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you. And this should come as no surprise because we had similar conversations during the briefing, but I'm also concerned about parking. And it could work at 1 space per unit, but could we, think about requiring a parking study to show that it will work? So, I'm not comfortable with 1 parking space for 750 square feet when you could have a 2-bedroom unit there. We've just heard that Sarasota County is developing market rate units rather than affordable units. And so in order to make them affordable, people are going to double up in there. I just see it as a parking problem, number 1. Number 2, is this a step to then go to impact fees and have an impact fee for half dwelling units? I don't know. Maybe.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Manager. Like Bill mentioned, we're in the middle of updating our impact fee statement, impact fee study. And as part of that, one of the tasks was for our consultant to look at any type of smaller dwelling unit that would be perceived to help with affordable housing crisis and mitigation, whether they're affordable or not. And half dwelling units is one of the items on our list. It's not proportionally reduced. The data doesn't show that it'll be proportionally reduced, but it does show that somewhere around 750, 800 square feet is the data breaks to show that we probably could support a lesser fee than what we do today for 1,000 square feet or less.
And I'm all about reducing costs so we can get more affordable housing. Don't misunderstand. But we've heard that the data that's available, it's not creating more affordable housing. And so that concerns me. So I'd like to have more information that shows or somehow requires that we get more affordable housing if we're going to take this step. I have a question about, let's say you have a general development plan approved for 1,000 multifamily units. Would that person be allowed to say, I'm going to do all half dwelling units and we're going to build 2,000 that are 750 square feet or less? Would they be allowed to do that as a matter of right because the code would allow it? Or would it have to come back through for approval?
I believe if it was planned development and the traffic impacts showed that it was a higher impact, they would have to come back to the board. But otherwise, you're correct, there would not be a limitation on the number of half-dwelling units that a multifamily developer could construct as currently proposed.
And so we've heard our transportation department say they're not going to do anything different because there is a transportation impact that's different than just half of a dwelling unit. So I just don't see the reason to do this. I don't see what we gain other than potential problems with parking and intensity that, I just don't have enough information that's going to support it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, fundamentally disagree. I think we get hung up on the term affordable housing, as if somehow if someone doesn't sign a LURA agreement and there's not a capital A for the affordable on the affordable housing, that somehow it doesn't meet our needs per se. there's different versions of things that are quote-unquote affordable to people. I mean, 750 square feet, even if I'm charging $2 a foot in rent, which historically speaking is astronomical for Manatee County, it's not now, but let's say $2 a foot just to make it easy for calculation. That's $1,500 a month. That basically falls within a lot of our affordable housing rent ranges. When you start getting, especially when you start getting 120% AMI, it's actually lower than I think that's 1,900 and something right now to qualify. So while they may not be signing a LORA, we may not be going through the steps of having to track them every step of the way. Smaller units, because you're renting less square feet, are going to be quote unquote affordable, even if they're not capital A, capital H affordable housing with a LORA agreement and guarantees. They're just cheaper because they're smaller. That's how that works. And that's what we're getting at here. Is this going to be for everyone? No, but there's a lot of young professionals that we want out and about around town and running down Riverwalk and not necessarily sitting in their 1,100 square foot, one bedroom, with a den and spending all their time in a big apartment, which will happily take a 500 square foot or a 750 square foot place to store their stuff and sleep, and then they're going to be out and about on town or working. So, these fit perfectly for young professionals. These fit perfectly for the married couple that are okay with a one bedroom apartment and they're both working out of the apartment most of the time. And it makes it more affordable for them, even if it's not quote unquote affordable. So I think this suits a need. We want smaller units. What you're seeing across the country is a trend towards larger and larger. I mean, what we used 1,800 square foot house used to be the standard house. Now it's like 2,500 square feet. And then you see houses that are 4,000 square feet with a 500 square foot bonus room for no particular reason whatsoever. Things are trending bigger. Any way we can encourage them to start trending smaller is going to make things more attainable for people in Manatee County. It's just another product type we can offer. We talk about needing more supply. We talk about needing more density. I think this is a great way to do it and incentivize people to build these smaller units for us. But the reality is, when we're talking about the 1,000 units, can it go to 2,000 as an extreme? And I get going to extreme. There are other things here. Just because you can multiply 1,000 by 2 doesn't mean you can build 2,000. We still have footprint requirements, we got wetland restrictions, we got height restrictions, we've got, envelopes you have to fit within. So you can't necessarily just automatically double it because there's other variables that you have to adhere to. This is just an up to twice as many units as a half unit, but you still have to meet all of the other restrictions we put on everybody. So that's why I think this is a great product. And as for parking, I think I'm on record as saying, I just don't care about minimum parking ratios. You can almost make it zero for all I care. At the end of the day, you have to find tenants. And if two people show up and they each have a car, and you tell them there's only room for one car, they're going to go find someplace else to live. And you're going to have to lower the rent until you find one person or two people that only have one car and are comfortable having that parking ratio, which is going to make it more affordable. That's just how it is. You can argue someone's going to park on the side of the road or come up with some other place to park their car. But as long as we have ordinances and restrictions and the police are monitoring that, then anything that's otherwise illegal, they'll be ticketed for it and stop doing it. And then they'll move out, and the rent will go down until you find a tenant who's okay with that parking ratio. So I don't care about the parking ratio, and I love half-dwelling units. So I'm glad this is finally coming back. I know I've already had 3 different developers tell me they're basically sitting on site plans right now, waiting to present them for this to pass. And one group that emails us a fair bit, is already talking to us and wanted to put something in contingent upon them being able to double the number of units once this passes. So there's a lot of people interested in this. As you say, Sarasota uses it well, and I think it's going to serve its purpose for the right group of people who are going to move into these units.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
So you're okay with a husband and wife example that you just used, and, my husband went one way and I went the other when I worked, and we had to have 2 cars.
Then you wouldn't live here.
Yeah, but no, in all due respect, there's young adults that are starting their careers that are newly married, and they don't have a lot of money, and they probably don't need a lot of space. This part attracts them. But I just can't believe that we are going to have one parking space and even the person that lives here can't use a guest parking space. So that's what you're saying, you're okay with that?
I am okay.
Okay. I'm not.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to create a new, as he stated, a different product type. So it's a different product, it may not be for everybody. All right, shall we open this up to public comment? No one else is on the board?
Wait, hold on, let me just,
Oh,
I just want to
Commissioner Cruz
clarify.
is on the board.
For Commissioner Whitmore's
Oh, you're
sake, so,
good. Go
and
ahead.
for everyone else's sake, we're not restricting them to one parking spot, correct? They can build two if they choose.
Correct.
Okay, so if a developer believes the market demand would warrant 1.8 or 2 parking spaces, or the developer would feel that the market demand would be to add 10, 20 guest parking spaces on the fringe of they could voluntarily build that because it's going to make their product more marketable and allow them to rent them quicker and for a higher value. We're not telling them they can only build one.
Correct. However, there is a restriction in the code that I believe says that they can only go 10% above the required parking. So if somebody wanted to propose 2 dwelling unit or 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, I don't think they would be able to because of that. They would have to ask for specific approval.
Well, we stipulate, we have people stipulate less all the time, so if someone came back and stipulated they voluntarily wanted to build more, I don't know who would, but if they wanted to build more, I don't think we're gonna push back too hard on that. That's them buying more land and spending more money to build more surface parking on their own right, so, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a legal standpoint, with this being an ordinance, could we amend it at this point or not?
Yes, this is only the first public hearing. If you changed it, then we could include that in the second public hearing.
I mean, to me, this would be the time to do it to 1.2. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that 1.0 will get some people out of the market. I think much more likely you're going to have people that don't think about that when they sign the papers. They're all excited because they need a place to live. They can finally get in there, can finally afford it. And then they realize, oh, now I can't, I'm leaving at 6 or 5 a.m. to get my husband and drop him off at work so I can still make it to work on time. 1.2 seems like if it's working for Sarasota, it might work for us. I won't make the motion, but that's an idea for somebody if you wanted to make a motion to amend it.
I'll make a motion to amend it to 1.2.
I thought we were 1.8 now.
That's
That's for regular.
That's for regular, for 1.2. I'll make an amendment. Is it a hostile amendment? Somebody help me, I don't know.
Sarah, would you interject, please?
Can Bill O'Shea read what would change in here, so I understand?
Yes, it would be under table 10.2. So we would change it to from 1 per half dwelling unit to 1.2 per half dwelling unit.
And that would be my amended motion. I need a
I don't
second.
think there's appetite for it, so.
You don't have the appetite?
I don't see, nobody else is excited, so.
Don't know till we
So-
vote.
They got a second.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
already got a
seconding it.
second.
Nobody seconded it. That's what I'm saying.
So you won't? You just said you would support it. Oh, well.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the motion on the floor. The motion is by Commissioner Whitmore to amend the motion on the floor, which, by the way, do we have a motion on the floor? Because I don't recall anyone making
Yeah,
it.
it's on the computer.
Okay, okay. So, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Baugh. Now there has been a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to amend that motion.
She said there's no action
Well,
taken.
Has anyone seconded Commissioner Whitmore's amendment? Okay, Commissioner Whitmore, your motion to amend fails for a lack of a second.
Okay, no, we have to hold a second public hearing yet, so
We're
we're
not
not
even
moving
there
to
yet.
adopt it yet.
That's fine, we're back where we started. There was no
Okay.
no second,
Okay.
so.
Great dialogue.
Okay, very good dialogue. And so are Satcher and Whitmore, are you two finished? I can move on to Serbia? Okay, Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you. And the reason I don't support the 1.2 is I don't think it's enough. I think we're going to have a parking problem. And I would be very comfortable with 1 space per unit if you required a parking study or if you required something. So put the onus on the developer and not the county. I don't want code enforcement to have more work. I don't want the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to have more work, which, by the way, if they get a call like this, they're going to say, well, we'll get to it when we can. It's not going to be a priority. I think about, if you think about big cities that you've been to, it works because not a lot of people own a car. But I think about San Juan, Puerto Rico. When you go there and everybody drives a car and they don't require parking there. And guess where they park? Wherever they can. All over the streets, behind people, in yards. It's a mess. I think it's going to be a parking problem. What I would rather see is that we increase future land use densities in strategic areas, especially along the corridors and where we want more density. Let's just be real and say what we want and what we need to get more affordable housing. And that way it can be evaluated on its basis, rather than saying, oh, you get twice as much density for this if you do that, because we hope it'll be affordable, when we already have an example in Sarasota that it's not. So the data we have shows it's not working. Why are we going to bring that here? Those are my comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. I can remember when I was in my early 20s, and this was what the deal was in Norfolk, Virginia, when I was living in an apartment. Or it wasn't an apartment, it was a very small unit, a one-bedroom, that had one bath and one parking space. And you know what? It worked great. We were just starting out in the world. We didn't make a lot of money. We were still in school trying to finish up, and you know what? It worked great. It's not that this is the ideal situation for everybody. It's not. But we do have people in Manatee that this would be advantageous to. So I'm going to support this motion. I seconded it already. I think it's a good thing, not a bad. If we move down the road and we see we can improve upon it in some way, we can do it then. But for right now, for heaven's sakes, let's just move forward and get some decent pricing going in Manatee County to live for our young people. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Baugh, I'm going to agree with pretty much everything you said. I lived out on the island in what is essentially a half-dwelling unit when I was in my 20s, and I only had one parking space.
Yeah, you did it.
I occasionally had company, but code enforcement wasn't working during those hours, and we made it work. So, and if you can find parking at Holmes Beach, you can find parking anywhere.
God bless you.
So yeah, it's a different product type, though. It's not for everyone, right? So you know if this suits you, you know what you're getting. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, and a.
Second meeting, you're going to do it.
There's no motion.
Oh, you don't need action on this at all? After all
next
this?
meeting.
You don't need action?
No action.
Wonderful. Well, this has been fun.
Man, this is fun. We're not getting to vote.
Thank you.
He told
So
us
we'll
that
go to the
about
public
10
comment
minutes
then. Okay. Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. We appreciated you being here for this fun. So Mr. Clegg is up in the top of the tower, and he's watching, even though we don't think he is.
Dennis Clegg, sir.
He's watching, and he's let us know that on items 11 and 12, which no action is required, but he would like us to hold public comment on those items.
Oh, he's watching.
Sarah, are you comfortable with us holding public comment together for 11 and 12, or do I
I'll
need to
just do it separate.
We'll do it separately for 11 and 12. Okay, so we're on item number 11, which, to refresh everyone's memory, now I've lost it, was
Ordinance.
accessory dwelling units was 11? Yes. So item number 11 was accessory dwelling units. We made some LDC text amendment changes, mostly housekeeping. We're going to open that up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on the text amendment changes for accessory dwelling units? All right, seeing no one, has it anyone pushing their button to call in? No. Okay, so we're going to close public comment for 11, and then we'll go to 12, which was setbacks. It was an LDC text change for setbacks, item number 12. Anyone like to come forward to speak on item 12? All right, seeing no one, anyone pressing their button or raising their hand to speak for item 12? Okay, then we're going to close public comment on item 12 as well. And we'll move on to item number 14. Mr. O'Shea is not going anywhere. This is his item as well. Mrs. DePaul, would you please read item number 14 into the record?
Item number 14, LDCT 22-10, ordinance 22-10 60, we already did this one? I just read it again. I'm reading it the second time.
I apologize. Item number 15.
I'm like, this sounds vaguely familiar. Okay. Item number 15, LDCT-22-02, Ordinance 22-26, Land Development Code Text Amendment County Initiated for Agritourism, PLN 2201-0128. It's legislative, and obviously we've got Bill O'Shea here to
Right.
present.
Thank you. Mr. O'Shea.
Mr. Chair, again, for the record, Bill O'Shea with Development Services. So we are here once again to discuss agritourism. So we have met with transportation staff and have had several conversations with the county attorney's office, and we're coming back with our latest thought on how we might be able to move this forward. Next slide, please. Oops. Okay, so on September 22nd, we were in front of the board with a proposal for agritourism, and at that meeting, the board indicated that the proposal was overburdensome and needed to be bare minimum. The board also asked for the transportation analysis to be written with requirements as bullet points instead of leaving it open-ended. And based on some public input, the ordinance was also revised to allow for off-site, off-street parking. Next slide, please. So would you like to go through the definition of agritourism again?
This is such a hot topic.
Okay.
Whitmore and Servia would like that, yes.
Okay. So the definition of agritourism as defined by the state is an agricultural-related activity consistent with a bona fide farm. And generally, that means that they have the tax exemption or green belt. It allows members of the general public to engage in recreational, entertainment, or educational activities. That includes farming, ranching, historical, cultural, civic, ceremonial, training and exhibition, and harvest-your-own activities. Agritourism does not include the construction of new or additional structures or facilities intended to house, shelter, transport, or otherwise accommodate the general public. You can use farm buildings for your agritourism activity, but you can't build and use non-farm related buildings for agritourism. The definition also prohibits local government from the adoption or enforcement of local regulations that prohibits, restricts, or regulates agritourism on bona fide farms. But it does allow local governments, at their discretion, to adopt regulations to address substantial off-site impacts or emergencies that relate to public health, safety, and welfare. That would include traffic issues, traffic control, operational safety issues at our intersections, would also include adequate access for EMS, fire, and law enforcement. So the request is for approval of a land development text amendment to regulate substantial off-site impacts generated from an agritourism activity that attracts 1,000 or more attendees per day through the temporary use permit process. In the proposed ordinance today, you have the option to select between one of two ordinances. The ordinance that was originally included in the agenda packet is staff's preference. It provides more guidance as to what needs to be provided. However, the county attorney's office has provided alternative B light that was included in the second October 18th, 22 update memo, and it represents the bare minimum that the county attorney's office is recommending. And then just a point that the motion, this is the adoption hearing, so the motion will need to be somewhat modified by the county attorney based on whichever you choose, if you choose adoption. So the proposed temporary use permit will require the agritourism to obtain all other applicable permits before commencing the activity and provide those copies of those permits to the county. It does prohibit the construction of new or additional non-farm structures or buildings. It requires compliance with the Florida Fire Prevention Code. It exempts agritourism from temporary use review criteria specifically related to on-site activities, and it allows for off-site, off-street parking. The positive aspects is it does provide the county with a means of enforcement if an agritourism activity gets out of control. In the temporary use permit process occurs relatively quickly, like within a month, and at a minimal cost, and I think that cost at the last hearing was $277. The positive aspects, it ensures that public health safety and welfare issues are adequately addressed for larger events, including the residents living within proximity of an agritourism event. And what the last hearing, we showed you some maps that showed locations where potential agritourism could occur. Many of those were in West County or west of 75, and obviously those are of greater concern than the ones that are out farther east. With the temporary use permit, it would allow traffic control plans, off-duty law enforcement, and on-site parking staff to be arranged ahead of time to facilitate the movement of traffic and to provide that adequate access and routes for EMS, fire, and law enforcement. The negative of aspects is it may be perceived as additional unnecessary regulation. It will require agritourism operators of larger events to plan a little bit further ahead. And the temporary use permit process is an administrative process. It does not require a public hearing. Therefore, we would not get public input and is approved administratively by staff. And in conclusion, it is staff's opinion that this request can be found to be consistent with state statutes, the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comp Plan, and regulations of the Land Development Code. Now, we can show you, if you'd like, the differences in the ordinances. Essentially, what it does is cut out a lot of procedural items from the Land Development Code that would be on a checklist providing guidance to the applicant that was applying. But other than that, it's essentially what we just discussed. We did not use traffic analysis, study, plan. We tried to do what you asked us to do and provide bullet points with the items that would be required to be provided to transportation for their review. We also wrote a new section on the requirements should you choose an off-site location for parking. And that basically is what we've done since then. I think it is a lot, I'm hoping it's a lot more palatable to the attorneys in the agritourism community in general. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
I have an example of what happened recently, and I called, and it got rectified, but it just shows what we're all trying to eliminate is the bureaucracy, and it's not really staff's fault. They're just trying to follow what we have. But you all know Ray Shannon owns Shannon's Funeral Home, and also he owns West Coast Transport. So I guess him and Judy have some property way out east. And they called me the other day because years ago, some organization used to have their kids come out and camp at some other place, and they were charging them like $3,000 for a weekend, and Ray said, you can have it for free. So they've been doing it for like 8 years, and I guess they had built a lean-to in case it rains, and they put a bathroom or a portalet or something up. And in fairness, the staff did what they were supposed to do, but then they called me, and we were objecting to some of the things, and they were going to a meeting the next day. And this could be the project, but I'm not sure. I think the impact fees were $75,000 just to allow kids to use their property free. I may be wrong on that project, but I thought they had told me it was $75,000. So that's a bureaucracy of just allowing kids to use your property. And what we're doing today, is that going to change anything or help? Yes, if he has kids, he has to show you how he gets them in and out on a piece of paper, I guess, a traffic plan. Now, something like that is actually happened like last week. So how can we do better as far as, is this ordinance going to help you? Or is it going to still do the same things that he should have done? I know we're going to have a temporary use permit now, which maybe they didn't know that. And I think they had to pay for a building permit because they built a lean-to or something. Anyway, you probably know the incident because I did call Courtney and I think she had it taken care of. And come to find out, it was okay. They were just kind of like the festival. All they had to do is get a building permit in Mayaca. So if you all know, that's just a prime example of what happened last week. Is this ordinance going to help when we do pass it?
Well, it sounds to me, based on your description, that this was not an agritourism activity because we currently do not have a permitting process. So if you're constructing a building, and I'm not sure of the status of the property either.
It's a cattle ranch and there are cattle on the property.
Okay, but if you are building a building to
Yeah.
accommodate the general public that is not farm-related, it would not be agritourism.
So even if they built a lean-to so the kids don't get wet? We don't require permits for barns, right, or,
I do not believe we do.
yeah. So
Or
maybe,
like,
I don't know what it was. I thought she told me a lean-to, but okay. But this got resolved, so it must have been a barn, but,
I have to be honest, I don't remember this one, but it may have been a tent, because usually if we have tents, it's just a permit that goes through, like, the fire department, over 900 square feet, and they will review it. So I think that may have been what it was. It was like an event with a tent. But this is limited to 1,000 people or more, correct?
Correct.
And so any event that's under 1,000 people, this is not affecting.
okay, because
That's important
they
to
had
know,
to go
too.
through the process, because I'm sure it was under 1,000, it was a bunch of kids, I'm sure it wasn't 1,000 kids.
Yeah.
So previously now, they would have had to been going through all that stuff, which they hadn't been doing, correct?
And the key for this was, it's about off-site impact. So if there's a few kids going to a property, that's not, well, in our minds, unless they're doing certain activities, it's not really going to have an off-site impact.
But as of last week, they were going through our process and going to get fined for it. But now
I think
that
we
would
resolved
change.
it. Yeah, I think we resolved it.
Okay. I mean, this is a real-world example, just trying to make it easy. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No one else is on the board, so let's go ahead and open this up to public comment. Kevin Hennessy has turned in a public comment card, so we'll bring him up first. Sir, even though I just did, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Thank you. Kevin Hennessy, Lewis Longman and Walker. I'm speaking on behalf of my clients, Hunsitter Farms and Malorena Farms, and my county residence is Pinellas. I had my staff email you a letter, but I brought copies for each of you. I don't know if there's someone who, thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As indicated, we represent a couple agritourism interests. We think that this ordinance remains unnecessary and contrary in some ways to the state statute. But we understand that there's an interest, at least among some board members. I don't know if it's a majority or not. And therefore, I wanted to comment on the ordinance. Clearly, there's not even agreement between staff and legal on what should be being done. But I don't think either ordinance is bare bones, but I do agree that there's been some significant changes. What I've done is provided you a letter, and I've also marked up and straight through and underlined the changes I think are necessary. And going through this, the proposed ordinance doesn't provide any direction to the definition of agritourism activity. You may remember last time we were here on the 22nd, there was a list, and he did it a little briefer here about what kind of activities constitute agritourism. I think that should be actually spelled down in the ordinance, because you and I may have sat through these proceedings and know what staff's saying agritourism is, but you know, the turnover, the next group of staff, 10, 20 years down the road, it would be helpful that things are spelled out, because there are activities like weddings or whatnot that people are like, is that agritourism? Well, yes, it is agritourism. Everybody agrees it's agritourism. The Department of Agriculture says it's agritourism. Let's put it in the ordinance. Regarding tents, It's just a little confusing. It makes it seem like if there's a possibility you'll like a temporary use permit and a building permit for a tent. Our experience is that the temporary use permit covers the building permit, so you're not getting two permits. Again, the goal is not to overregulate, not to overburden. And my clients, they're suffering even worse with Hurricane Ian, lost crops due to rain and wind, and so we'd really appreciate, some sensitivity there. There's a regulation for 1,000 attendees. We think that's arbitrary and low. We have UPIC activities. We can have 1,000 people on a farm in one day in a UPIC activity, and I don't think that has any off-site impacts. Big requirement for a paved road and multiple lanes. That's a huge expense. You have activities all over the county of substantial size that have unpaved roads. This is not, and it wouldn't be an off-site impact. The final point, if I could, we're off, one of my clients is off, well, both my clients are off state roads. They get approval of a traffic plan, a traffic management plan from DOT. That should be, in our opinion, sufficient to comply with whatever the county may want. And we'd like the ordinance, if you pass an ordinance, if you feel the need, that it should recognize that if you have an approved FDOT traffic plan, that should be enough. And again, I've suggested some language. I believe you have the ability, you can ask legal, to make changes to whatever ordinance if you feel like you're going to pass an ordinance. Thank you again for your time, especially the extra time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on item,
Got two, boss.
what are we on here, 15? 15. First name, last name, county of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Mayaca City. I can't see things any better than their lawyer can, but I can tell you from the point of view of a person who lives right down the road from Hunsader Farms, that substantial outside impacts, I would be substantially outside impacted because I live in the area. Now, that's not to say that we haven't had a few bumps in the road with some of the activities out there. I remember when Hunsaders only had their pumpkin festival one time a year, and the traffic was backed up from 64 to 70, and I had to worry about people feeding my horse candy corn and leaving trash all over the grounds and things. Now that they've expanded it to for 3 weekends, that kind of gives us a little bit more of a spread out of that flow of traffic. And I don't think, I haven't seen any reasoning for doing this. We know we might have had an issue with the medieval fair on 70, but the outside impacts of that were not in the same context as what we're talking about in this ordinance. $277 may not seem a lot, but putting on one of these activities, the liability that we have when we undertake mixing the agricultural aspects of the community with opening it up to everyone, you find a lot of people from other counties and other places are coming there. And I think from the public's point of view, we could live with a lot of things. And we haven't had a problem to create a crisis to solve. And we're very supportive of our agritourism communities out there. They don't get a lot of support because we do spend most of our tourist dollars promoting our beach side of activities. And we have a lot of things out there in Manatee County that make it great with the diversity. And as a public citizen who is outside impacted by these things, we don't have any complaints. And you can't monitor 1,000 people coming, as they said, to a UPIC or to these kind of events. And as a matter of fact, on Mr. Strickland's property right next door to me, they had a huge, I think it was an Alabama tribute band and an AC/DC tribute band and that kind of thing. Nobody showed up, you know what I mean? Yeah, it was great. Nobody showed up. But I think we need to do everything we can to promote businesses, to promote agritourism businesses, and to lessen our governmental interference with those kind of things and not creating a problem or wasting any time where there isn't one when maybe we could focus our attention on the things where there is actually a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, please state your first name, last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes on this topic.
Thank you. My name is Caleb Grimes, Manatee County, and I'm here on behalf of Shelley Crowfoot. And Shelley asked me to come up and express her apologies for not being here herself to speak on this, but she is cleaning up after a hurricane and getting her place ready for this weekend's agritourism event. She has weddings at her place on her ranch, where people are able to come in and experience a ranch and have a wedding. And although she's very appreciative of efforts that the staff has done to assure that something like a wedding venue with the numbers she has is exempt, and she would not fall under this, but we have in her words, the randomness of the 1,000 units, and not worried about this group, but you know how the creeping thing can happen, and suddenly it's 500, and then suddenly it's 250. So she wanted to make asked me to make a couple of comments on a couple of things in case that were to happen down the road. At least we've set the tone a little better. Number one is as was raised by Mr. Hennessy, the paved road. You know, if the road is safe, whether it's paved or not, you should be able to use it. If it's a county road and it's not safe, then the county's got a problem. So are you admitting up here that, well, our unpaved roads aren't safe? So we would suggest that not be a requirement. And the second thing, and I will have to apologize, I'm not sure I've got all the updated new changes that came in the last day or so this may have been covered. But if it does go to something where there are events that are done on a semi-regular basis and they're the same event each time, can you make it where once you get your temporary use permit, as long as the event is the same event, you don't have to keep coming back and getting a new temporary use permit? In her example, of course, is putting on weddings. You know, you do 3 weekends in a month, and then a weekend another month, and then 2 another month. Do you have to come get a permit every time? Now, again, we understand in her situation, she's exempt, but wanted to make those points to you for those that are not, and in case it happens that she becomes non-exempt at some time in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else at this time who would like to come forward to speak on item number 15 on today's agenda, the agritourism item? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Are there any hands raised to speak on this item? Okay, we're going to close public comment. And we have 2 commissioners on the board, Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, can you explain the paved road rationale?
I'm going to have to defer to transportation on that.
Yeah, good.
Smart, Bill.
Good afternoon, Mary Wahid with Transportation Planning. So regarding the paved road, the logic behind it is there is a public access and a public event, and we are talking about 1,000 unit at the lower threshold, but the number can go up. So the issue that may arise for not having a paved road can be summed up in 2 ways. One could be that there might be a blocked access could result in spilling of traffic onto the roadway, creating additional operational issues. Or in case there is a blocked access, there could be delay in emergency or other fire or other related responses. So basically it's to ensure that there is adequate public safety and welfare, considering that this agritourism is going to present an event or an activity that's open to public. And the 1,000 number that's been presented is the lower threshold, and this can go up any number. So those are the rationale behind it presenting this paved road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because what I saw, it doesn't have anything directly to pertain to the roads now. But you kind of answer, at least the rationale behind it, I don't necessarily agree with it, but at least we've had this conversation at least 2, 3, 12 times in the past couple of months about this, and I don't think the board as a whole has made any implications other than the fact we didn't really like this, and I think we said from the start that it seemed like we were trying to create a solution for a problem that didn't exist, and we're still waiting to hear of a real-life example of a problem that occurred that led to this, because, you know, we said, come back with the bare minimums. We said, show us, this is the last meeting we had, that's why we tabled it, show us the absolute least amount of words we can use on this ordinance to present that to us. The fact that paved road thing was in there immediately says this isn't the absolute bare minimum. This is like, it's a little better, and then we're going to do this 6 more times until it just disappears. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get the 1,000 people, especially if it's per day. It's not even 1,000 person on average at any one time. I mean, that could be 100 people per hour in a 10-hour event. I mean, what is that? That's 25 cars if they're full. It's to me, I don't understand the reason for this at all. If there's specific examples of reasons, because even like it was brought up about the medieval fair, I didn't really hear any complaint. I heard all the complaints before it opened.
Yeah.
But while it was going on, I didn't hear a single complaint. So, I mean, that's one of the biggest agritourism things we're going to have in Manatee County in terms of numbers of cars, number of people. There didn't seem to be a problem at all on that thing. And even the traffic that needed to be handled was on a state road, not with us.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like we're trying to grasp onto something. And to Mr. Grimes' point, he's 100% right. That's how government works. It's 1,000 right now. But once it's on the books, it's very easy for another board for every reason to go, you know what, there was one incident one time somewhere down 675 and there's only about 500 people there. We should just lower this to 500 to be safe than sorry so that one-time incident doesn't happen again. I mean, that number can trend down. It never trends up with government. That's just not how it works. So I don't like the 1,000. I don't like this whole thing at all. I think this is unnecessary. I think isolated cases can be dealt with on an isolated basis. I think we're overburdening the 99% of people that do the right thing and don't cause any issues whatsoever in this county. And I don't like burdening 99 people just to make sure we're taking care of the 100th person.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore, then Baugh, then Serbia. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Hennessy brought up the definitions. I mean, if we're going to get future staff, future boards, it would be nice to have some kind of definitions. It's broad, but, you know, some kind of definitions and just relying on staff to define, kind of like what happened to this gentleman last week that was just trying to help kids out so they wouldn't have to pay. As far as I know the cities, all the cities, you know, they have 1 million weddings. They do have a permitting process now or a registration, and they pay like $25. So, you know, currently the municipalities are doing it when they go to, at least on the islands. Not that we have to do it. I'm just saying that they do it to register, because I know you're talking about the recurring special use permit. They wanted to do that also, and I guess the cities had said, no, you know, we need to know that there's something going on there in case the police go by, they know what's going on. Maybe that's a way, I don't know. The only time we use a special use permit is when we require the tent with a certain number of people. I think the entranceway could be solved. I know we did it on the islands. Not every street was paved and, until just before I left. We just gravelled from the main road, you know, like 50 feet into the street, we gravelled it. Because, you know, when it rains and stuff and holes and stuff, I think paving is it's too expensive. And they may want to change the layout of another event. And now they got a paved road that they can't, you know, they have and they have to do another one. So I really don't think we need a paved road. But what I do think we need is when you enter into a project that you have some kind of safety so when it rains and it, you know, ditches and stuff like that, it could go 50 feet into the project or whatever. And I've seen that in some of the special ribbon cuttings that we've been to lately, if you've noticed. Yeah. Yeah, they gravel so that it's nice and smooth when you do go onto the property. So that would be a lot cheaper. I agree that I still think I don't approve of everything in here. I think you made headway, but again, we were trying to keep it simple. But to leave us or staff to interpret what agritourism is, maybe to be safe, we should do some kind of definitions. So I don't know if you want to refer it back to the next meeting to see. I don't know. Well, I hate to prove something if we don't agree with it, right?
No, I agree with you and Cruz. I wanted, to be honest, I don't want anything at all, but legal says we have to, so I said, well, the absolute least amount possible.
And
Legal tells us we have to.
We
That's the only
should.
reason I was on board with it.
liability.
Bureaucracy.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify.
Go ahead.
You know, you always have the option of doing nothing. I mean, there's the option A,
boy.
there's the option B, option C. But I
Imagine.
just,
You never
the one
mentioned
comment
option
I heard
C.
that I just want to respond to now, we can't make this definition as detailed as Mr. Hennessy says. We're preempted by state statute to say just what says here.
Okay.
And I'll just let you know that, I mean, this is, according to Paul started, I've had any number of phone calls on agritourism. It is a big issue in the county. Staff needs guidance. They don't know how to do it. And we'll call to help. I mean, there's so many different facts, you know, this happened, that happened, and it gives the county cover if we're looking at our code, okay, here's the definition, here's the process. You know, it's like we have to think through the process every time. Is it just a building permit? Is it not conforming? There's nothing in the code to provide any guidance at all.
I get you.
So if you want no guidance, it's fine, but you're going to get differing decisions based on different circumstances. And if it's a litigation matter, we can't get injunction, we can't go through code enforcement. We're not interpreting our own code. We're interpreting a state statute, and there's not much cases on it. So it just leaves us open, have to litigate each and every case and
I got
try to
it.
find it out. We can't go in the level of detail that Hennessy wants in that definition.
No, I got an
Preempted by
idea. I
state
agree with you
statute.
on
I just
that.
want to
but
make that clear.
what
I
we could
told you we had to do something.
But what we could do is do nothing unless there is an event out there that we know, like a concert. There has been concerts out east in Lakewood Ranch and stuff, places like that where there's
Carroll
been
has a
thousands.
firehouse out there.
And that would be a special use permit. Anything that we know, the U-Pick, I understand. U-Pick, you don't know when they're coming. That's different. But if you're going to have a function where you're selling tickets or whatever, and you know 1,000 are coming, you get a special use permit, you have to get a permit for that 10 or whatever, and that's it. And I would recommend to Alleviate Transportation, some kind of entranceway defined where there's some gravel so nobody falls in a hole or whatever.
So in your defense, you've kind of brought us full circle back to,
Where we
legal says
started.
we have to do something, so we want to do the absolute bare minimum that is, to eliminate, keep government small and, eliminate the burden on the
don't know how.
property owner.
I just want to be clear. Yeah,
go ahead.
the county attorney's office doesn't decide the standards. That was staff.
I understand. You're just saying
No.
you need something legally, you need some
Staff
guidance
did
here.
work with emergency services on the past year, and it's not just Bill O'Shea saying Page
First of
Road.
all, who's
No,
on
we
the
don't.
board?
Transportation.
Okay.
So I'm just pointing out,
on the board?
staff did craft the standards.
Okay, so next on the board, the order of the board now is Boss, Servia, and then DePaul has added herself, and then Cruz. So Boss, Servia, DePaul, Cruz. DePaul is waving her hand at me. No, you can wait your turn? Okay.
You
Commissioner
know
Baugh,
what?
you have the
This
board.
commissioner can wait.
Well, I've already clicked your
Go ahead.
button, so it's too late.
So the thought of the 1,000 person per day, because we went around and around on this, was that we thought about trips, and then you would have to put a tool out there to measure the vehicles, which costs money. And the people was, in order to see an event attendee list, it's very difficult to gauge. And so for staff, in order to make this determination, we need some sort of a measure. And so open to recommendations. I think we talked to the consultant, we talked to other jurisdictions on what was successful, and we nailed down the highest amount of people that had been used elsewhere. That was really the thought process. The other piece is, absolutely we can go back and make this even less with, I like the entrance idea, honestly. I know that, I attended events back in Maryland, and parking is in the grass, and you go down a gravel road to get to the grass. And that type of stuff is something that we can look at. But that was the intent of the 1,000 person. It was a way that staff could measure, because if we don't have a measure, it's very difficult for us to make the determination. That was the intent behind that.
Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Baugh.
Sure. Okay. You know what I'm hearing is a lot of bureaucracy, and it's typical government stuff. If we need a definition for for this, we can use whatever the state uses. We don't have to make a big to-do about it. As far as gravel on the road versus dirt, let me tell you, there is nothing better than to go out east into the countryside and go down a dirt road to pull into a grassy field and park your car and get out and walk in the grass and in the dirt to get wherever the event's at. I mean, good grief. That's part of the excitement. That's part of what makes it different, because most of us live in massive concrete areas. Carol Feltz, I rarely agree with something she says, but I agree totally with her on what she said. She lives, I know where she lives, and she's almost right next to Hunsater's. And let me tell you, they get a lot of traffic, and they've got a great event, and they've done it for years and years and years. And yet she stood there and told you that it was not a problem for her, because that's part of being in the country. And
Only
we
'cause you
keep
like
wanting to
AC/DC.
ruin country. The medieval festival, let's talk about that for a second.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Yeah, let's talk about it. I see John Barnott in the audience. Let's talk about it. The problem with the medieval festival had nothing to do with the event itself. The event itself was handled extremely well. They had a lot of traffic. It moved well. There were no issues that I'm aware of, and it's in my district. I mean, I think I would have heard maybe before someone on the island, but then again, who knows? But I don't think it was an issue that I'm aware of. I think it went rather smoothly. Was I happy about how it all came about? No, that wasn't right, the way it was done, the way it was all built. But at the same time, the event itself was not an issue, to my knowledge. Why do we have to change something that's really not broken? Let's leave the diversity that we have in this county alone. We have a countryside. We still have a little bit of country in Manatee County. Why do we have to get into bureaucracy and mess that up? Leave it alone. None of y'all live out that way anyway. Well, James and I are the closest, and George. Are you? Yeah, you are. You are where you live. You are the closest. So leave it alone. It doesn't really pertain to the islands. It's a totally different environment. It is. I mean, and that's not shaming anybody. I'm just saying it's part of being diversified.
Oh, well.
So, the bottom line is, I'm not going to vote for all this stuff. We ask that it come back and be very, very simple. Well, it's not. And Bill Keep, you try your best, I know you do. It's not you. So I'm not going to vote for this. I think it needs to go back and come back again, I guess, if that's the case. But I got to tell you, I'd be hard-pressed to vote for anything. And John, it is good to see you in the audience, by the way, sir. We're the big government here. We're the giant in the room. They don't want the giant. Leave them alone. Let them do their thing like they've done for years. As far as a lawsuit, it's on private property. It's on the people's property. It's not on county property. So it doesn't really concern us to begin with, that I'm aware of. I mean, maybe I've missed something somewhere. But it's not our property. It's privately owned property. Leave them alone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Servia, Cruz, Satcher, Whitmore, Bellamy is the order of the board. And of course, welcome to the Jesse family. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, I also wanted to say welcome, Jesse kids. Glad you're here. All right, so a couple of comments. I agree with Commissioner Baugh that the state definition of agritourism, which is what we're proposing, that's what we should use. And that's what we hear all the time from this board, by the way. They're like, just use what the state already defines. Why are we going to rewrite it? It seems like, sometimes we want a more definition and sometimes we want to use the state definition. I don't understand the inconsistency. Let's use the state definition. I really respect the county attorney's office and what they do for us, and that is they manage risk and liability for the county, and that is cost to the county taxpayers. So my respect goes out to them, and you're going to see me always listen to them, because otherwise people are at risk. Our taxpayers are at risk for lawsuits. So thank you to the county attorney's office for the bare bones B2 or whatever we're calling it proposal. I can't imagine that we wouldn't support that. I don't like sitting up here imagining that future boards maybe do horrible things in the future that cause big problems, because I think that that's a little bit silly. I mean, we don't know what future boards are going to do, and we don't know what problems are going to come forward that future boards are going to have to respond to. Here's the deal. This board and the county has to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents. Public safety is our primary concern, okay? I wish we had a map today that showed, and it's not just Hunsader's Farm, because we heard that there are even more opportunities in West Bradenton for agritourism. But if we looked at Hunsader's Farm today and all the development that is coming around that area, do you know how many people are going to be calling future boards and saying, what the heck are you, I've got, a million cars driving past my street and I can't get out, or they've torn up the road, or I can't get an ambulance to my father's house, or the music is going to be so loud at some of these concert events. So all you have to do is you get a small temporary use permit to just say, hey, where are people going to park? How is the access going to work? It's all about public safety and protecting the residents. I don't know why there's any pushback to that. I just don't understand it. It's a very good compromise. I think that we need to support what the county attorney has drafted, which is the bare bones minimum to keep the county out of lawsuits and protect the public safety. That's what I'll be supporting.
Thank you, ma'am. Cruz, Satcher, Whitmore, Bellamy. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah. If I had maybe this is for Sarah, or maybe it's for Bill, or whoever. If I had a wedding at my house, let's say I lived on 5 acres, there's no cows. It's just 5 acres. I mean, it's not agriculture. And I had a wedding at my house, and 1,001 people showed up. What would I have had to do ahead of those last 2 people showing up to break 1,000 and this random wedding at my personal house?
You'd have to leave.
Send the bride and groom on the honeymoon early and you're set.
Yeah.
But my point is, but the point is, are they causing less traffic than 1,000 people showing up at a U-Pick'em? Are they potentially causing less noise? My argument is, if it's a wedding or a party, it's going to be more noise. I'm just curious, why is agritourism substantially different? I mean, we're talking 1,000 people. That's not a lot of people. I mean, I've been at parties with 1,000 people. But they weren't getting it was an awesome party. Yeah. I'm being serious. It feels like we're trying to create a regulation on something that doesn't seem all that big of a deal in the first place, and we're trying to create it based upon agriculture.
I can answer before Bill O'Shea does.
Please do.
I want to point out, the big difference is that your house, you're subject to all the zoning regulations, you're subject to all the county code regulations. Many regulations apply to single-family homes, versus here, in their tourism setting, they're not subject to any of that. This is the only regulation, the only one. Special offsite, that's it.
They're not subject
that's
to
the big
noise
difference.
ordinances, or?
Well, it says we can't prohibit, restrict, or regulate.
There you go. We can have a party.
We would have to litigate it to see if they're subject.
But that would
the way
only
it's
be-
here, unless you make your noise ordinance subject, no, they're exempt. It just says,
Isn't that for an agritourism event, though? So if it's your own personal property and you're having a party,
yeah, they're subject to
then
noise
that's
ordinance.
then,
whole
right,
bunch of
because it's your own
codes.
personal home. This is,
All right, so that's the difference we're defining. You're saying as because I'm honestly trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out an example, because I've been at private residences with over 1,000 people, and I'm assuming they have to get permits, and here we're talking the same number of people, so I'm trying to figure out the difference between these two. That's why.
Yeah, and I realize there's split opinions in the board, and I don't want to complicate things, but just listening to everything, trying to see, well, what else can we tweak? If we're sitting here, it's been advertised. I mean, the 10th section just reflects what the building code says, whether you need a building permit or not. The section about agritourism, 5.212, the first paragraph just says state statute. I take out the second paragraph saying 1,000 more attendees need a temporary use permit. I take out A. I just say, the new A says, agritourism activity should not cause substantial off-site impacts on the surrounding properties, i.e. large crowds, noise, traffic, and not commonly associated with bona fide operation, frequent traffic should not cause substantial impact to the operational and safety performance of the agritourism site access and nearby intersections, period. That's the way it is. And you can take out the rest, as far as I'm concerned.
So
It just
so this
reflects
was
what's
not
in
the
the
bare
state
minimum
statute.
then? This was not the bare minimum that we saw. This was a,
No, well, I didn't
what
want
you're
to
saying
take a light
sounds way
version
more
of
like a
this.
bare minimum.
Well, I had to listen to what you said today.
Okay.
I mean, because you're collegial body to see.
I would like to make one other request too. I think that one thing that we'd like to consider is making it per event. And maybe instead of a per event expiration, it's every 5 years or no expiration. The only thing that I would say is if it changes drastically, the applicant would then have to submit a new application. But I think that would be the other thing to
Well,
potentially consider.
Yeah, the way I read it, I mean, confuse things, but the way I read it, they don't need a temporary use permit. I'm just reflecting those substantial off-site impacts, period. I know it's in the wrong code section, Bill. We just have to live with these things.
One comment on the duration of the permit, we would have to change some other criteria in the temporary use permit criteria because it is only issued for a finite period.
Well, I was hearing board discussion, those who don't want to regulate the use at all don't want to require a temporary use permit, is what I'm hearing. From some who have spoken. Everyone that has spoken yet, some might be presumptuous. I'm just throwing that out. So you can write this thing not to require the temporary use permit, but just address substantial off-site impacts in case we have an issue that we have to enforce that. And because we've had this Inspector General report, I didn't want to bring it up again, but I'll bring it up again. It's admissible in court against the county every time we try to enforce any ordinance because it's very bad for us. It comes to very negative conclusions. I don't think they're fair. And we're trying to just, remediate, well, how can we make things better? And how can we address the issues that report brought up? Defining the use, and having some regulation here that just states what the standard is, going no further than what the state statute says. Not adding anything else. It's not what staff wants. It's not the no regulation Ms. Phelps wants. Mr. Hennessy probably will lose sleep tonight over it. But it's a lot different than requiring us. We went from special permit process, remember hearing officer, when you have to hire a lawyer, you have to hire a traffic engineer.
study.
You have to do and we went for that, then we went to temporary use, which I still feel is legal defensible if we want to go that route. But if we don't want to go that route, versus not doing anything, which some may still feel that way, it's fine. If you want B1 option, would just be to have the prohibition of no substantial off-site impacts, the way I wrote it here, and go with that. Not require temporary uses, not require the paved access. You're not going into number of attendees. You're not saying where they park. I mean, that's all, meaning we don't get into that.
So what do we get out of that?
The substantial off-site impacts is what the Florida legislature says, oh, government, you can look at. And that's all.
So all it's saying is we have a right to take a look at potential impacts, but we're not restricting anything whatsoever. It just gives us the right, if they get out of hand, that we could say,
It gives
okay.
us- Code enforcement can look at it, if it's in our code, versus if it's just the state statute, we don't go through the code enforcement process. It's really a code compliance.
So it's somewhat of a subjective thing, that if things just seem a little too crazy, we at least have something in our code that allows us to go out and say.
Yes,
"No."
yes. As short as I can make it.
Okay.
And we haven't heard from little board members.
No, we
so
haven't.
I'm-
I have a feeling, I'm just going to take the temperature here and say that I have a feeling that what you have just described is likely our best option at this point. So what do you need to do to prepare that for a motion? Do you need a recess, or will you be able to read it? If I continue through the board here, will you be able to,
I probably should take a break and discuss with staff, just to coordinate with them.
do you want to continue through the board? Do you want to take 10 minutes?
We hadn't heard from all board members.
Correct. So Satcher, we've not heard from you. Let's go Satcher. And then can I just go Bellamy after him, Carol?
Mr. Chair, I'll remove myself. I will remove myself.
You'll remove yourself. Let's hear from Satcher. Let's see what Satcher says. Commissioner Satcher.
Yeah, I think we're headed in a good direction, so I just had a couple of questions. Coming back with, after we take this recess, or the 10-minute break. So, we're talking about substantial off-site impacts, which is what the state has asked us to limit ourselves to. So, take the very accommodating Mrs. Phelps, who said, yes, it affects me, but I don't mind, right? But let's say noise ordinances would still be enforceable to off-site places, right? So, I mean, if somebody starts up something with 10,000 people and it's continually going, keeping you up, and the decibels are high, that would be an off-site impact that would be enforceable under other code that has nothing to do with agritourism.
Have to be careful with that, because they're exempt from causing nuisances.
Yeah.
They don't cause nuisances under the state statute.
So that would be limited too.
It says that.
Wouldn't count to.
Well, I
That's
don't
not an
give a
off-site
general
impact.
opinion, but I'm just saying, there is an exemption that they're not deemed a nuisance when they do their bona fide farm operation activity.
I'm also, okay, that was just a question that I had. I mean, if the answer had been yes to that, then I would have said, then we should have done this a long time ago, because that makes it very simple. But regardless, I think we're going down the right road. Give her 10 minutes to
Okay,
set it up.
it's 3:16, we're due for a recess anyway, so let's take a 10-minute recess. We'll return at 3:27. We're in recess. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are land use meeting, and we are just trying to wrap up item number 15, which is agro-tourism. We have held public comment on this, and we've had extensive discussion and debate amongst commissioners. Took a recess and sort of recrafted the
So we're missing one
the
commissioner.
motion. We are missing Commissioner Satcher. I'm sure he'll come around the corner any moment. Should we have Ms. Schenk read her motion that she has crafted? Ms. Schenk, go ahead.
Well, I hesitate to do it without having the full board.
Think you can hear? Is he there? You should gotta wait. I think I heard the door close.
I hear a door opening or closing from somewhere. The IT guy thinks something, though. I'm looking for Commissioner Satcher. If you can make him appear through IT powers, that would be great. Anytime there's a glitch, he's always in the hallway peeking at me.
Scott, check outside.
Calling Dr. Bombay.
All right, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Again?
Mic on? Okay.
Okay, welcome back. Ms. Schenk.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we're still on agritourism, line 15. And I just want to consult with staff, confirm we don't need to re-advertise it for deleting this text, and it's our opinion we do not. So we would fix the format of the ordinance as Scrivener's corrections later. In the text of the ordinance, Exhibit A is the definition of agritourism, taken directly from the state statute. That would stay as written in the proposal. Exhibit B is the Chapter 5, Standards for Accessory and Specific Uses Structures. Section 5.10 about the tent stays as written. That's who needs a building permit, that stays the same. Section 5.21.12, agritourism. The first paragraph remains as written. I'll read into the record. Agritourism is allowed on all properties that have a bona fide farm operation as defined in Florida statutes. The purpose of this regulation is to provide Manatee County the ability to, I'll take out to evaluate. I'll say to address substantial off-site impacts and emergencies as provided in Chapter 252 Florida statutes of agritourism activities consistent with Florida statutes. And to address is what's used in the statute, okay? The next paragraph, under 5.12, the second paragraph is deleted in its entirety. That's the one that applied to 1,000 attendees or more. The next paragraph, A, is deleted in its entirety. That's the one that required access from a paved road. Paragraph B becomes paragraph A and remains as written. It reads as follows. The agritourism activity shall not cause substantial off-site impacts on the surrounding properties, i.e. large crowds, noise, and traffic not commonly associated with a bona fide farm operation, close paren. Vernacular activity should not cause a substantial impact to the operational and safety performance of the agritourism site access and nearby intersections, period. Then the old paragraph, C is deleted concerning parking. D is deleted saying all applicable federal, state, local permits are obtained, they're required anyway. E is deleted referring to the fire prevention code because that applies under state statute anyway. And looking at the, okay, and those changes I'm reading from are they from the option B light version. So, let me get back to my motion here. So if it was the desire of the board to go in that direction, the approval motion would read, based upon the staff report, evidence presented, comments made at the public hearing, the action of the planning commission, and finding the request to be consistent with the Manatee County Council plan and in accordance with the criteria for Land Development Code text amendments in section 341 of the LDC, I move to adopt Manatee County Ordinance 2226, LDCT 2202, known as Alternative B Light, as read into the record by the County Attorney's Office, amending the Manatee County Land Development Code.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to pass the motion as revised and read by the County Attorney's Office, seconded by Van Ostenbridge. There are two commissioners on the board, Whitmore and Servia. Commissioner Whitmore.
One thing that you mentioned, you went i.e. large crowds.
Leaving that open to interpretation.
I know. We're okay with that? Large crowds?
Better than a clicker, a guy with a clicker.
Okay. So the attorney's okay, because usually she doesn't want anything vague. I know.
That was existing code. I think it's a good example.
Okay,
Just to-
all right. I'm good.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, one question. So am I correct in understanding there is now no temporary use permit required?
Correct. Or it reiterates the definition in the code. Define the use is a big deal, because it hasn't been defined up to this point in the code. It reflects the tent issue about, if it's 900 square feet or greater, you need a building permit. That's in accordance with state statute. And it talks about the agritourism substantial offsite impacts, which is all we're allowed to refer to in the statute.
So I'm sure there will never be a problem, but if there was a problem, would it then just be a code enforcement matter?
At the most, if
At
it
the
rises
most.
that level.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Baugh.
I just want to make sure, Sarah, it's kind of hard, to just, the way we just handled that, it's kind of difficult to really know for sure what's there. So is there a permitting charge?
No, other than the building permit for a tent that we already regulate.
Okay, that's already on the books.
No.
It will be.
Okay. And then there's no stipulations on the roads, with no gravel, it can be dirt, whatever the case may be?
No, we're not regulating that.
Okay. All right, so I think that pretty much covers everything. Okay, thank
It
you.
satisfies me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, no other commissioners are on the board. We've held public comment. Commissioners, cast your votes, please.
Did we have public comment? We did?
Oh,
Do we have to have public comment on the changes, or no? Since we
No,
redid
just the
whole
item in
thing?
general.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Madam Clerk, passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, everyone.
Whew.
We are going to jump ahead
Nice.
in the agenda real quick. We have a couple of items. 18, 19, and 20. Nicole, sorry to put you on the spot. But before we get into quasi-judicial items at almost 4 o'clock,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll just state, Commissioner Whitmore, I had asked the chair if we just do these three housekeeping measures while Nicole's here, and before, so I don't forget, because the quasi-judicial gets kind of involved.
18, 19, 20.
These are three items that we need 5 votes to hold the public hearing after 5 PM on
Prior
January
to.
19th at 1:30 PM, or soon thereafter, this may be heard. I'll leave staff if they have to read
wow.
the number in the record.
and they'll be quick.
You
Go
want me
ahead,
to read them all together at one time?
Sarah.
Well, we have to, it's not a public, yeah, you can, because it's not a
Item-
public hearing.
Item 18 is LDCT 2210, Ordinance 2267. It's a county-initiated land development code text amendment, half dwelling units and multifamily parking ratios. It's a legislative matter, and it's a request to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 PM. Item 19, LDCT 2219, ordinance 2287, a county-initiated land development code text amendment regarding accessory dwelling units, ADUs. Legislative matter, request to hold a second public hearing prior to 5 PM.
No, ready.
And LDCT, agenda item number 20, LDCT 2216, ordinance 2272, county-initiated land development code text amendment regarding setbacks. Another legislative matter, and a request to hold a second public hearing prior to 5 PM.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I hold one public comment for the three items?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to open these three items, 18, 19, and 20, up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on any of these three items? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in? No one's called in. So we're going to close public comment on these three items. There are no commissioners on the board. We'll move forward with the vote on item number 18. First, there's a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve, which has been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. If everyone would cast their votes now. Everyone should be casting their votes. There we go. So 7-0, that passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 19, David. We're just going to kind of shoot right through these. Number 19, we have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve and a second by Commissioner Baugh. Everyone can cast their votes on item 19 now. And number 19 passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. 7-0. And we'll move on to item number 20. We have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve item 20 and a second by Commissioner Baugh. We'll cast our votes now. And it passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Mrs. Knapp, for that. And I will go back then to item number 16. And these last two items, Commissioners, are quasi-judicial. So, item number 16. Mrs. DePaul, would you please read item number 16 into the record?
Item number 16, PDMU.
Excuse me, I would suggest
Actually, you want to
have the clerk swear people in
right.
and do the quasi-judicial for both of them.
So if you intend to speak on either of these two items, please stand and be sworn at this time.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations you are about to present during these hearings will be truthful?
I do.
As you step to the podium to speak, please state your name and that you've been sworn. Item number 16, PDMU-21-28, ZP, CCSS Enterprises LLC and Shoot Straight Sarasota Holding Company LLC is the owners. The Village at Sarasota, PLN 2112-0052, quasi-judicial. And we've got Marshall Robinson here to present.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, does anyone have any ex parte communication they would like to disclose at this time? Okay. Hearing none. Who is here for the applicant?
John Osborne, and I've been sworn.
Good to see you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. If I have the PowerPoint presentation up. Here today before you, Commissioners, for the Village of Sarasota, the zone PDMU 2128, we're proposing a mixed-use development on a University Parkway. There we go. So our project team today is Mr. John Wood from Urbanscape Development. We also have our land use attorneys here with Mr. Bill Merrill and Patrick Seidensticker. We also have our engineering team here with Trenton Strackbine. Also here, not mentioned, is Dean Paquette. We're also with Kimley Horn. We also have Christopher Hatton here, who's our traffic engineer, Dylan Reeves, who is our environmental scientist, and I am your planner for the project. There we go. So our project site is located in southwestern Manatee. It's kind of over by the county line, over towards the airport. You kind of see it there by where it says University Parkway. So we're pretty far the southwestern portion of Manatee County. We are two particular parcels, about 18.28 acres. And you can see zooming in there, we're at the northwest intersection of Shade Avenue and University Parkway. So if you're familiar with the Shoot Straight parcel, what's part of our project, there in the sort of the southwest corner of our parcel. Got to get my aim right here with the Shoot Straight here. So we're located actually in an area surrounded by a lot of a lot of apartments have been developed in this area in recent years. We also have some single-family attached to the north of Salil East. We have some loop apartments also to the west of our site. We also have in our site plan, this actually, looking at the site plan, to make it fit on the screen a little bit better, we actually flipped it over so the north is to your left on the site plan that's in your packet. And you can see the buildings that we're proposing there. There are 6 buildings, residential units in them, an additional building, which is our clubhouse and amenity center and co-working space. And you can see the existing Shoot Straight site there below those as well. If I zoom in a little bit, you can see that even better. We're proposing 312 units, and 12 of those are going to be proposed to be live-work units, and we'll talk about what those are a little bit further on in the presentation. And these are going to be 4-story units. And we also have approximately 500 square feet, or a minimum of 500 square feet, of residential co-working space, which again, I'll talk a little bit more about as we get further on in the presentation. We're proposing also a little bit reduced parking ratio. We have a specific approval for that for 1.55 spaces for this project. So we're proposing also to rezone the project from PDC to PDMU. It's a preliminary site plan again for the 312 units. We're proposing a density of 17 dwelling units per acre. Now PDMU allows initially 12, but if you're at you're at an intersection node, you're proposing it for affordable, you're proposing a mixed-use commercial, you can get up to 30. So we're asking for a little bit more at 17, and we have some specific approvals requested. We went before the Planning Commission, we were approved unanimously, and we didn't have any opposition at the Planning Commission or any residents of any concern. For the comp plan, we are in the mixed-use future land use category. We have some other overlay districts there as well. We have the Southwest District. We're inside the airport impact overlay. There's no issues with that. We're just inside there. We're well below the thresholds of height for that area. We're also in the entranceway, which has a sort of already unique set of regulations also in that overlay. But we also border Sarasota County. So Sarasota County is immediately to our south across University Parkway. And their future land use category for us is an office multifamily residential at the 25 dwelling units per acre max. And you can see kind of where we're at right there on the county line. So the urban core, the property is in the urban core as designated by the comprehensive plan. And the urban core has some unique goals, objectives, and policies in the comp plan. And past boards created this as a way to try to help the west side of town, the west side of unincorporated county, do a little bit better job of getting more redevelopment and more infill development in that area, recognizing that there's existing infrastructure already in this area and the need for redevelopment and infill in the area. There's specific policies that provide encouragement for multifamily housing, for mixed use, and also for identified as economic activity areas. And we're right actually at the south end of sort of Manatee County's economic activity hub. If you watch or read the MPO's long-range transportation plan update every 5 years, you can see where the economic core of the county is, and we're right at the southern end of it here for our project. So looking at the site again, there's two different parcels here, the Shoot Straight parcel and the parcel on the east side. And the northwest corner, which is a little cutout of the intersection of Shade and University Parkway, we don't own that piece, it's not under our control, and there's a proposed, I believe, a car wash going in there. But the site actually was, for Shoot Straight, was rezoned back in 2015, and Shoot Straight is identified as a retail and medium intensity recreational use. And our site was zoned PDMU back in 2016 for an ALF, but was never constructed. And we started to figure out why as we get through this site plan process. So in terms of existing zoning, PDC and PDMU for our site, and it's surrounded by PDO and PDMU and a variety of planned development districts, including light manufacturing on the more of the vacant properties and sort of underdeveloped properties to our west of Shoot Straight as well. So on the south side, we have, of course, residential estates for Sarasota County, and we have some rezones that have occurred there in recent years to office, professional, and institutional, more consistent with their adopted future land use category. Come on. There we go. So standing on the site, looking around, most of these pictures you're going to see just nothing but a bunch of trees for the most part, so I'll go through these pretty quick. You can see also looking towards the medical office complex to our east, doctor's offices, lab, those kinds of uses in that area. right across the street from what we're proposing here. Looking up the road a bit on Shade Avenue, you can see that where our project entrance is going to be off to the left, so you'll be able to turn left at that stop sign into our site. And looking into that area, this is right after the hurricane, so there's like debris and low-hanging power lines and stuff. So this is just a couple days after that when we took these pictures. So there's some stuff that's there today, or the stuff that you see in these pictures may not be there quite like it is today. It's probably been cleaned up a little bit more. Standing up in Soleil East, you can see us looking across the stormwater pond there. There's also, you can see if you look real carefully on the aerial, you'll see another like 50-foot common area on the north side of our parcel, and that's part of the property to the north. So there's a big expansive buffer there that's heavily treed, heavily vegetated. Standing in Soleil East, standing on my tiptoes, the camera is high, I can hold it, just try to see what you could see in there, and again, you can see a lot of trees. So looking also here, standing at the intersection of Broadway, looking towards the northeast, you can see some apartments that have been constructed. And this area is very heavily developed already with a lot of apartments in the area. And you can see sort of the proximity of setback to some of those in their urban core area. So this is what you see and what the kind of development that we like to see in the urban core areas. Looking at the county's concurrency layer, there is a lot going on in this area. It is in the southwest district, so there's a lot of multifamily projects approved, economic center of the county. We also have, there's another project actually next to ours, some more apartments that are, if you haven't seen them yet, they'll be coming your way soon before the board. And also very important to our project, we are on a transit route. We're on a SCAT route. We have the stop right out front, actually, on our property, or adjacent to our property. But this is an area that's actually pretty exciting. It's an area that from where if you had an apartment unit there, you actually can walk to good coffee, walk to good tacos. There's a Publix not too far from that. There's a Walgreens CVS. You're in an area that's has a lot of things within a very close walking distance from that site. Very consistent with the county, thought of from the urban core, with the incentives that were provided and the density and the walkability. And we can see some of the apartments that are already coming out of the ground in that area. So you see some 4-story units, some 3-story units, and there's I think the one in the middle there actually is an assisted living facility. It's about 5 stories, which is right in that area as well. And some of this actually goes back to the old University Commons DRI, Development of Regional Impact, that was approved in that area years back. So live work, what's the concept behind live work? So we're proposing a minimum of 12 live work units, and what these are is the ability for somebody who is an entrepreneur, a small business owner, to actually have an apartment unit that has sort of a separate work area in it. And some of these work areas also could have their own access door. So if you're an accountant, architect, whatever, kind of like a knowledge-based worker, you could actually have, and occasionally you need to receive somebody in terms of come in for a meeting or show them site plans and whatever you have to do, that you have an opportunity to keep that work side of your life sort of separate, but a door away is your family or your dog or whatever. So we see this as a very marketable type unit given where we're at today with a workforce. It also provides a lot of opportunity for those who are small businesses. This is something that if I was in the apartment shopping, this is something that worked very well for something that I do right now. As my company grows, I'll release a space someday, but right now this would be a very good use for somebody like myself who's a small business person. So these are kind of the uses that would go in there, are kind of like low traffic volume kind of things, like typical with the county's definition of like home occupation. And typically these are people that are more like knowledge-based workers. So and management would limit the type of uses allowable. We need to be very sort of particular what goes in there. We don't want to screw up our parking. We don't want to have any noxious uses in there. This is a place also where people live, and that's why we sort of made it consistent with the county's definition of home occupation. So you can see here, this is a great place for startups, entrepreneurs, small remote workers, that kind of thing, to have that separate entrance also to your facility. Not every unit may be some differences. These are just some concepts we're looking at right now. But also keeps it sort of your family close by, but also your business can be business. You can kind of come and go as you need to without going back through into your apartment. So we're also proposing an amenity center on the site. You can see there the C1, you'll see a pool and some other open space type uses. But there's also proposed to be a co-working space. And for those of you familiar with co-working spaces, we have like the downtown, is it called the Hub right here? Or is it the one, there's also one on Lakewood Ranch called the Com Center. I actually use that as well for my business. So it's an opportunity to have a workspace as you need it. You can go there and rent an office. You can go there and have a conference room. And this is for our residents to utilize as well. So those that don't have a live-work unit, if they have a regular unit, they also can come in here and reserve offices, reserve meeting rooms, reserve conference rooms, just like you were at one of those office hub, comm center type locations. So it's something that we see in the department world as a very high amenity item these days. This is what just some concepts of what they typically look like, open work environments, but also having the ability to have an office as well if you need it. One of these days I'll get my aim right here and get her going. Okay. Hope I didn't fast forward too far. But the county has very specific criteria for review for our project. Obviously, plan development, we're consistent with the plan development standards, which occurs mostly around this area in terms of new development. We believe we're consistent with the general design requirements that have been established by that, the plan development residential, plan development commercial. We've met that criteria, we believe, with our site plan, but also with the stipulations and with this, we have to ask for some specific approval requests as well with the site. We did have a neighborhood workshop back in July. We had, there's about half a dozen folks that got online and chatted with us. And you can see the summary of their concerns there. And there's a more, in your packet, I believe, there's a more detailed summary of what the neighborhood workshop and what folks were concerned about. So these are some elevations of what they look like. They're 4-story buildings. We think they're good-looking buildings. This is where the amenity center would be, and also the co-working space would be. And again, these are concepts. These are going to change a little bit as we move forward, we hope, in terms of how the buildings are going to lay out, how the entrances are going to be on the bottom floor. And one thing about Manatee County is, it comes up a lot sometimes at hearings about, county's plans for growth. Well, the county has been very proactive at planning for growth for years with your future land use maps, with all the accompanying documents and plans that match up and align your utility master planning, your parks, your transit, EMS, all those things that you all do that put those plans together. So when infrastructure or that need comes up in certain areas based on population growth, based on more demand, you put projects in the CIP and you get the infrastructure built. And that's how it works. And that's why Manatee County has been very successful for years at having a lot of development activity and good development in Manatee County. So in terms of specific approval requests, we do have a few. Parking is one of them. We ask, normally you have about 2 spaces per unit required. We're asking for 1.55. We believe that this is something that our department developer has managed in the past, actually even lower numbers than that. That is something that we have a comfortable level managing. Also, most of our units, over 50% of them, will be studio and 1-bedroom. So we actually are providing that type of use to sort of match that as well, that kind of ratio. We believe we're consistent with the comp plan and urban core and the intent of the plan for this area. We also have a parking study that's in your packet as well. We use the ULI standards and also the ITE standards, looked at those, and we also compared it to 5 other projects and their success in that area. And we've also done, in terms of mitigation, we are located with a walking distance of a lot of things. There's a lot of opportunity to live there and work. There's a lot of employment opportunities actually within a walking distance. We're also on the transit site, and we also have a lot of other alternative mobility options that we provide amenities for. We have a ride share parking area, with a lot of bicycle parking, a lot of pedestrian amenities, and also we're also proposing, since the SCATs, there's not MCAT there, but the transfer is at the airport. But we also have our own stop that we're proposing on our property. Not a stop, but actually a sheltered area. So when you're waiting for the bus to come down the road, and it's like Uber these days, you can watch it coming on your iPhone. So then you can step out, access the bus, get on it, and head out the door, so to speak. So another specific approval request we're requesting is for greenbelt. Normally you have this 15-foot greenbelt around the sites. We're proposing a reduction on the north side, adjacent to that vacant parcel that's going to be, I think it's proposed to be a car wash, but to narrow that down a bit to make some room for our site development. We believe this is consistent. Also, this is consistent actually with if we're in the urban core, but we're not on a designated urban corridor. So it's great being in the urban core. The policies are there to support what you're doing, and you can ask for specific approvals via the plan development process. But if we were on an urban corridor, we'd actually fit a lot better. But mitigation-wise, we're proposing consistency. We're obviously with the urban corridor. We're also proposing to increase the buffering to make up for that space, more intense buffering, and we have some additional foundation landscaping and things like that in terms of trying to mitigate that additional green area there. In terms of another specific approval request we're asking for is the entranceway roadway buffer. And actually, this is along Shade Avenue. So what we're actually asking is this 20-foot roadway buffer is to be a variable width buffer along Shade from 7 feet to 25 feet in width. And what happens there is the Shade Avenue is 50 feet wide right now. And the county's thoroughfare plan has it to be a future 84-foot wide facility. So we have to dedicate and do a right-of-way setback about another 17 feet on our side. So you're still going to have, unless the county comes and decides to widen the road someday, you're still going to have a lot of green space there, but we're asking for this specific approval. It helps everything fit, and also it pushes everything a little bit north for us, and we actually are able to preserve some more wetlands by pushing the project as far east, not far north, far east as possible. And you can see the diagram there, what it looks like in terms of trying to get the buffer wrapped around the buildings and things like that in that area to sort of make up for that space. But you can see there's still a lot of green space there between the sidewalk and the buildings. That's our right-of-way setback area. And we'll provide, I think, some additional landscaping and things like that, and doubling up some understory trees and making the mitigation work and making it an attractive place in that area. There we go. Another one is we're also hit with some, we're in the entranceway as well, and the entranceway is an overlay district that has some sort of additional handcuffs on it, some other stuff you got to do when you're in the entranceway. It's a little bit in conflict sometimes when you think of urban core and urban corridors type projects. One of the requirements in the entranceway is to all your trees that are over 24 diameter breast height, 24-inch diameter breast height, you have to preserve 75% of them. That would make our site mostly undevelopable. So we're asking to basically be consistent with the non-entranceway standards of the county code. Let us utilize the tree replacement ratios. If we have to pay to the tree trust fund, we'll do that for the trees we impact. And again, we're also, in other areas that we can, we're doubling up canopy trees, understory trees, adding a lot of other landscaping in areas that you don't normally I'd say you don't really put it, but we're just adding a lot of extra landscaping to make up for it as much as we can. So requesting approval today for the rezone from PDC to PDMU for the 312 multifamily units, for the 12 live work units. It's a minimum number. It may go up a little bit. Minimum of 500 square feet of residential co-working space, and obviously the existing shoot straight site, which is about 8,400 square feet. We're asking for that density to be 17 dwelling units per acre, and we're asking for the approval of the specific approvals as well. And we believe we're consistent with the code and the comp plan based upon the stipulations presented before you, based upon our specific approval requests. And this has been a long road. It's been over a year in the making, and not necessarily in the county specific process, but actually when you start looking at this site and this is a very difficult to develop site, and we see why now it hasn't been developed yet. Going back, looking at some of the other previous approvals, and also going through dealing with the wetland issues, dealing with the tree issues, some of the access and site issues. We've been very appreciative to the county staff of working with us and trying to help us get to the point where we are today of having a product that we think is very doable, very marketable, and will be an amenity to Manatee County. So thank you again, Commissioners.
Thank you, John. So questions for the applicant. We have 3 commissioners on the board: Whitmore, Cruz, and Servia. Commissioner Whitmore. Thank you, John, and it's nice to see you again. And Courtney, John Osborne used to be Deputy County Administrator, so I didn't know if you knew that because you knew. So, and a planner by profession. First of all, that property, as you know, I know well. My husband built the University Health Park with 2 other partners, and the Wimpies from the island owned all that land. I don't know how they got to Sarasota, but they did, and so I'm very familiar with that. And I brought this up during my briefing, and I'm asking you as the applicant, tell me how you feel a residential, and I know you've got separation, but tell me how you feel a residential is compatible with the shooting range in front of it. And are you going to require disclosures from the residents, either when they rent or buy? And is there any kind of fencing that's going to be around,
your residential, I saw you just had buffers, but since it is a shooting range, you know,
Yes, ma'am. So we are proposing your typical landscape buffers the county requires. So we could be certainly amenable to, a fence added or something like that. Our project is not gated in any way. It is open. From a shooting range perspective, we feel that the shooting range is very well run. It's very safe. If you've ever been there and actually been in the parking lot and there's parking lot be full of cars and you really can't hear anything. I hear the road more than I hear that. And then you go inside and of course there's, it's an active range. But it's also a range that meets all the safety standards that are modern to today's world. So we're very comfortable we thought about that. We're very comfortable with that there. But it's also to say that the shooting range is a retail use. It's also a medium intensity recreational use. May not always be a shooting range, forever. Now, I hope they're successful and keep on going like every other business in the county, but it may be something different in the future as the market changes, as things go on and change and evolve, and what goes around the area and what happens and where their customer base is and that kind of thing.
okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
All right, we're looking at two parcels here, correct?
Yes, sir.
9.8, roughly 9.78 and 8.5. What's the commonality of ownership between these two parcels?
What can I?
There are two parcels coming in as one applicant. Are they owned by the same entity?
Yes. Well, after the purchase takes place.
Are they owned
correct.
right now by the same entity?
Yes. No. 16 acres. The 16 acres is. You want to come up and you need to testify. Sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm John Wood with Urbanscape Development. I currently own about 16 of the 18.28 acres, and the remaining acreage is owned by the Shoot Straight.
Okay, and John, I'll go back. Thank you, that's fine. Mr. Osborne, so I'm looking at the site map. What percentage of these units / future development would you say is on the 9.78 acre Shoot Straight parcel?
So on that parcel, we're actually utilizing a lot of that site. The site will be open space, but there's also some stormwater use on that site as well.
I'm talking physical development. How much of that parcel actually is necessary for this development outside of unit count?
Yeah, so shared access drive, it's a critical part for us. The shared access drive, backing up to that a bit, when you look at University Parkway and you stand there, every so often you'll see these paved aprons going to the individual parcels. Well, you think, oh, well, I got my access, there it is. They've thought ahead. Well, it's not the case. And even Shoot Straight had it, up until recently, the access was considered temporary for them. So we actually, through this process, we got it worked out that is going to be their permanent access, thank goodness, and it's going to be our access into the site, and we have another access off Shade Avenue. So it's access, it is stormwater, and it is open space.
And was a portion of the other 8.5 acres previously stormwater or wetland mediation for the Shoot Straight when that was constructed?
Yes, yes.
So
we're adding.
So we remediated wetlands for Shoot Straight, moved it over to this parcel, now we're paving over it on this parcel. I mean, we're paving over like 2.5 acres out of 7 acres or so of wetlands for this development. And some of those wetlands were remediation for the construction of the Shoot Straight, correct?
I'm Dylan Reeves. I'm with Biotech Consulting from Pinellas County. There is a very small portion. There was a remediation that happened. It created wetland on the north side out of the an upland that was associated with the Shoot Straight. A very small portion of that we have it in the packet. It's the wetland C is what it's identified. A very small part of that, but all the other wetlands were not used as remediation in terms of they weren't fixed up or anything like that.
Understood.
It's just a small
I understand not all of it. All right, so 16 of the 18 acres is currently owned by essentially the actual applicant for the actual development, even though the entirety of the development is all on the 8.5 acre parcel. The rest of it's being utilized for other purposes. I mean, in theory, the access point could be done through an easement, but that's neither here nor there. But the other 2.2, give or take, acres is the portion that Shoot Straight is on, and that's not part of this same ownership, correct?
Correct.
But to get to the density you're proposing, you're doing it based upon some assumption of a mixed-use proposal, which requires mixed use, and your mixed use is an unaffiliated commercial property that just happens to be adjacent to the parcel.
So it is a retail and recreational use that in terms of mixed use, they have the opportunity to go back and forth. They're adjacent to each other.
So the assumption, and you're very well versed on our comp plan, so I'll ask you, and again, I'm asking your opinion, would you believe that that precedent that you're proposing would set the stage for any parcel of vacant land in Manatee County that is adjacent to a commercial property to declare mixed use for the sake of density? Since they also could go back and forth between the commercial or retail immediately next to their parcel.
So I think in this case, when you have an urban core and the county's goals, objectives, and policies for more density, more intensity, and to facilitate urban development at those levels, at higher levels of density intensity, it is helpful to bring in other sites for that. In this case, we are using it for access, for stormwater, and for the open space area, yes. So, but I think it is appropriate when it comes to the land development code and the comp plan, but we've made great strides in years to try to incentivize infill and redevelopment. It's still not there yet. It still hasn't happened at the level, I think, at least when I worked here, that we would like to have seen based upon all the efforts, time and energy, past boards spent on that and staff spent on that. So whatever that we can do to actually try to incentivize and actually get results done in this area is very important. If we have to do this type of planning to try to with mixed use, I think it's appropriate in this case because this fulfills the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan.
So your interpretation of the mixed use within our comp plan is that an adjacent parcel of retail or commercial, or in this case, a shooting range, would qualify for the walkable pedestrian environment we're trying to create through the incentives within a mixed use, even if it's not even owned by the property, it just happens to be walkable from the property, that all properties within a reasonable radius of walkable commercial space should qualify for the mixed use density bonus.
In this case, yes.
Even if to get to the density that you're trying to get to in this case requires pulling back buffers, pulling back parking, and still paving over 2 acres of wetlands. So it's a matter of how much can we cram onto this space because we're allowed this number of units because of the density bonus that we're proposing we're allowed.
Yeah, we believe we're providing a reasonable density of intensity that helps bring a parcel that has the county is also, I believe, wants things to redevelop in this area. And I believe that what we've done today is provide a creative way to provide an opportunity to get this parcel developed.
Very creative.
Thank you. It is, I agree, I understand your concerns about that from a precedent-setting perspective. However, we believe this project is unique based upon where it's at, its location, and what it can do for this area.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you. Great presentation. Very interesting project. Can you tell me what the square footage ranges are for these units proposed from the studios?
Yeah, so they'll average about 1,000, but over more than half of them will be studio and one bedroom. And we'll have some as small as you mentioned before in the previous presentation, 750 square feet studios.
Okay. Yeah, I know this area very well because it's close to where I live and I'm here a lot. It is a really thriving area. And when you talk about infill development, this is true infill development. I hear a lot of people call development next to something as infill development. No, this is infill development. My biggest concern when I saw this were all the trees that are going to be gone, but that's allowed and it's a factor of development. Are there any significant trees that are healthy specimens over 24 inches, the ones you have to preserve in the entranceway, that are on this property are there any even to mention?
It's been about a year since I've been through there. I didn't see anything significant. It's important to note that when you look through historical aerials, all of the uplands that were adjacent to all the wetlands, most of the site, were cleared back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. They were maintained that way. There are a bunch of trees in there, but a lot of them are like exotic ornamentals that people planted when there was a home site there. At this point, there's a lot of, there's some oaks, a few pines, nothing significant that I saw. I mean, I see properties all day round. There was nothing that made me go, wow, this is a beautiful piece of property in terms of the trees that are out there.
Okay, all right, that's good to hear. And are you going to be subject to our standard tree replacement? Just not the entranceway standard? Is that what you're asking for, John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would be paying into the tree trust fund or replacing off-site, or you can't replace on-site, not enough room. Okay, while this area is not in a flood zone, and because I live here, I do know it floods. So I think there are stipulations in here that will give us extra stormwater, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, so that's handled. The parking. So the developer has experience in using this parking ratio for this type of product.
Correct.
And did you guys do a study or enter anything? You did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's what I like to hear. When we reduce the parking ratio, let's just show us how it works. And then I think it's perfectly acceptable because then it's been studied and analyzed and we have the data to support it. If there's a problem, then we go back to the study and say, hey, what was the problem? So thank you for doing the study. Let me see what else. I don't have a problem with assuming Shoot Straight is part of the mixed-use development because we do that a lot. I have seen throughout the years at all the interchanges that are almost all designated mixed use, that there were interpretations done throughout the years and policy changes that you didn't have to propose a mixture of uses, you had to be next to uses that created a mixture of uses. So I see this interpretation as very similar to that. And we, as we've all heard up here, we have a housing crisis. We have affordable housing crisis. And when the units are smaller, they are just by their nature, more affordable. This is an area that's very densely developed and very successfully densely developed. It's a very nice area. And you can walk to everywhere, ride your bike. I mean, all the services are here. I like this project a lot. And I love the live-work component. If you wanted to do more than 12, could you accommodate that?
It's possible, yes. Once we get the final site plan and look at the more detailed unit mix, we could do more than 12.
So I hope your site plan doesn't limit you to only 12. So,
Thank you.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, John.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So as far as vehicle access, it'll be from Shade and through Shoot Straight, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have two there, which obviously, then you still have the walkability to Shoot Straight, which,
Yes, sir.
I mean, recently people have complained that some of the mixed-use things are not something that people would enjoy to go to or spend time at, but here, you have solved that problem. 'Cause I enjoy Shoot Straight. So I just wanted to get to ask you about that. This might be better for deliberations, but I'll just go ahead and throw it out there that we did have a similar argument to the one you're making a few weeks ago. We were talking about apartments and we were talking about density. And we were talking about affordability, affordable housing units, which ones were affordable. And I made the case that I feel like if someone's building, say, 300 units, that it should be a mixture of which ones are affordable and which ones are not. And another argument was made, but if in the same area you have, even though there may be 300 affordable right together, but if there's market rate units right next to them, it makes sense to look at them as a whole because of the whole area. So I don't know. I am concerned as far as precedent setting. I don't want to set a precedent with this vote, which we may need to address in the future. I want us to make sure that this doesn't become standing operating procedure. However, with the other things we have going on in the county as far as the need for units and as far as the location being pretty appropriate, then this may be a time to make an exception, not to make a new rule, but might be a time to make an exception. Although, I think in the future, I would hope that you make it clear that these are under two different ownerships so that it's not seen as if it's a gotcha on the commission, because you never want to be in that position. So, thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, there are no other commissioners on the board. Thank you.
Add one thing.
Add one thing.
So if you look at the staff report, and this is also reflective of sort of, the comp plan policy, when you have mixed-use areas, it looks at things from sort of like a district-wide perspective. And if you think of that, there's a policy in there that talks about having 10% residential, 10% commercial professional, up to 10%, you pick from this menu a certain percentage. And it's not very clear in terms of ownership or, are you just in this district area? And that kind of goes back to old DRI days, large projects days, where that was more looked at and you applied it in that standard. But it's not very clear, I think, in terms of, in this particular instance, in terms of is it exactly for that purpose. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Who is presenting for staff? Marshall? All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Marshall Robinson, and I have been sworn. What happened to the, John? Did you steal it? The little clicker? Oh, there it is.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Sorry, yep, got it, sorry. I put together a small presentation, but I think Mr. Osborne's presentation, captures everything. I do want to touch on a few things here. When the project very first came in, after we reviewed it with the first version of comments, I pushed back on the review saying, I didn't think that it met the intent of mixed-use development as shown when it initially got submitted. And then as we worked through the issues and whatnot, we really wanted to push for a complete streets type of deal along Shade Avenue where you might have some ground floor retail with maybe those apartments on the second and third floors to get a vertically integrated mixed-use building. I felt like I could come up here before the commissioners and stand behind a mixed-use project under those terms, but the complete streets fell through. Transportation got involved, and there were some constraints that didn't allow that to quite happen. So we went back to redesign and take a look, and the applicant asked us, well, what do you need to see? And I said, well, we need to see that office or commercial component. And they pointed at the gun range. And that's where I had a problem with the integration or the horizontal integration of the mixed-use project. But as I combed further through the comprehensive plan and took a closer look, and then John, of course, came back and talked about a 500 square foot work area in the clubhouse, and also talked about some office space for some live-in workspace in some of the units. I thought, well, now we're getting a little closer. And then I couldn't ignore the comp plan policy 2.2.1.21.4, subsection 2, which says development in areas designated in the MU future land use category shall contain the minimum percentage of at least 3 of the following general categories of land uses. And then it has a parenthetical that says measured in acres district-wide, not per development site. And that's where I kind of felt like he had got me a little bit in trying to get that real robust mixed-use project. So when we zoomed out and took a look at the acreage in the district-wide of the MU future land use designation that surrounded the area all the way from 301 down the road, there are mixed uses. He showed some pictures and some other uses that are more walkable, are more destination-oriented for pedestrians. I think you saw some of that in the pictures that were provided. So they kind of went back to the drawing board on the design of things, and that's where we got the 500 square foot in the clubhouse. That's where we got talk about the 12 units providing office spaces. But I do want to mention that we do not have anything in the request where we could hold them to those 12 units having the office space. We don't have a stipulation for that. We don't have anything in the request that we could hold them to provide in those 12 units to have those in-unit workspaces. So I want to be clear that there's nothing stipulated about that. But we do have that 500 square foot in the clubhouse. There are specific approvals. Our environmental review department, they went through the specific approvals for the environmental. We took a look at what they submitted for the reduction in parking. They did provide some examples of where they've done it around other places and submitted that for the record. And staff supported the reduction in parking, and I believe our environmental supported the request for the environmental specific approvals. And I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. And so it's correct that a single use can come into a mixed-use future land use designation and only offer up one use, but we would say that's not mixed use, and you're down to 12 units per acre because that's the base density rate for the MU future land use category. It's not until you provide a mixed-use project that the incentive kicks in for the increased density to 30 units per acre, and this project proposes 17 units per acre, and that's on a gross level. We do have a stipulation in there that talks about achieving the maximum allowable residential density is contingent upon that mixed-use development, which means that if they came in for a final site plan looking for administrative approval, they couldn't come in for just the apartments. They would have to come in and show that commercial building. And the applicant is right. You can see on the site plan, they did lay over a prescription of uses that could potentially go into the existing building where Chute Street is in the future. And those uses would certainly be subject to the allowable uses for PDMU and the uses that were labeled on the plan for future neighborhood or community serving uses for the mixed-use project. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Marshall, could we get a map pulled up of the property that includes the road, Broadway, particularly coming from what would be on the east side? And I guess my question is,
Do we have this one
is it
working, the overhead?
it doesn't seem to be connecting. The project does not connect to Broadway, does it?
The project stubs to Broadway, sir. Yeah, I've got an aerial. Does this
Right,
work?
he's connecting to Shade instead. But wouldn't Broadway, doesn't Broadway make a lot more sense for them to connect it to Broadway, Marshall?
I could get you there.
I guess did you discuss that with the applicant at all?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
Oh, why is it not connecting to Broadway? Did you discuss that with the applicant? Did you suggest that?
I think our
Logical connection, doesn't it?
I think our transportation worked with the applicant. I probably ought to let the applicant speak
Okay,
to
well,
that.
when it's time for the applicant,
Okay.
I'll ask.
And we probably have someone here from transportation as to why that didn't happen or couldn't happen.
Yeah, usually someone's hiding back there. Okay, well, if someone's here for transportation, great. If not, that's all right. Commissioner Whitmore.
I just remember for previous projects, and you're talking about Broadway and going behind that lot going west.
Yeah.
There was something big going on down there, and maybe that, and our guys will tell us why, but it was something that it was separated. But Broadway does come to a T to Shade and then comes on down. And I just want to say, and I know we're environmental persons here, from all the years I've been here, there was abandoned houses back there, and it's just a mess, and I just can't believe that there was and moss hanging from trees, so you really couldn't ever see anything way back there. It was kind of scary. So I was just wondering if our environmental person had looked at anything with this.
Gary Race, Development Services, and I have been sworn. Oddly enough, I've been out on the site, but not in relation to reviewing it for this project. I was out for the mitigation site that is, former mitigation. Once it successfully meets the criteria, it becomes wetland as far as the water management is concerned. So I looked out there, and this area of the uplands was a major homeless camp area. And they had a very discreet trail going in. You really couldn't see it from Shade. It is heavily treed. They've got, by the applicant's, submittal, at this point, we don't really look at a GDP. We don't really look at all the trees. We just look for the entranceway. These ones larger than 24 inch, they've got like 30 of them on the site. So it is going to have an impact to those trees. There's no doubt about that. As far as, I don't know if this one had an actual home site, but I know where the homeless camp, I didn't go wandering around in there. It was a pretty active homeless site. But I walked around the fringes of it, so I don't know if there's originally a home site in there. It wouldn't surprise me. But it's, it's calling it uplands, it's upland, but it's not real high and dry, I wouldn't consider it. It, maybe not be in the floodplain, but I think Commissioner Serby is right. That area, I'm sure it floods in there, but, that's just kind of the lay of the land. So anything they do out there, they're going to be bringing up the ground level. You can't put 2 feet of fill or more on a tree and expect it to live. So it's going to be major impacts for trees.
When we built the complex in 98 and opened in 99, there was an old battered house in the back there, and you're right, ended up having no windows, and so I'm sure that was where the homeless lived, and maybe continue with the remnants left.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And John, I answered my own question. From the satellite, I couldn't see because of oak tree cover that shade connects to Broadway. So it does connect to Broadway, yeah. But I eventually saw a street map, so. Okay. We'll open up to public comment. There are no other commissioners on the board. So what? Are you on the board? You're not on the board.
Sorry.
Commissioner Satcher would like to speak. You're up next, sir.
Just one question. You mentioned that incredibly long citation of the rule, parenthetical, sub 2, dot, et cetera, that talked about basically if a parcel is in one zone together. I guess my question is, has this historically ever been, was it zoned all together and then they separated the parcel out for the shoot straight? Or has this always been 2 separate parcels?
Commissioner, I believe it's always been 2 separate parcels. You could look at the zoning map and see today that the shoot straight zoning is PDC. Yeah, so we got a PDC parcel on the shoot straight parcel, and we have a PDMU on the, where they're showing their apartments. So
Then, at the end of that long citation that you gave, there was one word that you said, oh, this is the one that gave me kind of hope that, or, pause that maybe they had a point. What was that word? If you don't, I should have written it down.
yeah, it's on page 4 of the staff report. And it says measured in acreage district-wide, not per development site.
District-wide.
District-wide, and when it says district, it means that mixed-use future land use district of the, somebody else controlling it? Yeah, so all that MU right there is what it means when it says district-wide, Commissioner.
So inside the blue there,
The red.
all of the red is what is considered district-wide.
Yes, sir. In this context of this citation of the policy, because I'm talking about the policy and the comprehensive plan, 2.2.121.4. This is a subsection of that policy speaking to the future land use category.
Would you say that's the case they're making in this instance, or you're saying that's the way things have been traditionally?
Well, that rule has always been, or that policy's always been in place. I think they're making the case that they're mixed use within their blue boundary.
Right.
But staff has evaluated it, making the case that the mixed use has to be considered as written, which is the other non-residential uses in the red, which they would get credit for in a mixed-use district. That's the way the policy reads. So to think of it this way, if I had a mixed-use parcel, Commissioner, and you didn't feel that I was mixed use, but up the road somewhere in the mixed-use district, I would be getting credit for that non-residential use up the road for the mixed use.
So under
And we would
that,
turn loose of the density in that, and the extra density in that regard.
and under that reading, like the units we're looking at there at University Groves, I would assume those are residential units. We'd be adding those into this as well. So I guess I'll reiterate, I don't necessarily know where this vote's going to go, but I don't necessarily want to set a precedent for the future if this passes, although there are extenuating circumstances that it may pass, but that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There are no other commissioners on the board. So at this time, we'll move into public comment. I don't have anyone who has signed up for public comment, but is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment then. And we'll go to BOCC questions for essentially anyone. You can, Marshall, as we have covered. You can ask a question of anyone in the room if you like. Commissioner Whitmore. And you're not on the board, but I see you waving your hand. And
Well, I also says Carol Whitmore,
Attempting to
31 seconds, so somebody put me on.
oh, you were. I didn't take you off. I apologize.
That's okay. This is an infill. I've been here since it was a cow pasture, and I remember my husband doing surgery on patients and hearing cows mooing. So it's come a long way, and I remember there's Kentucky Road and all that further west. So, I mean, there's been a lot of projects in there. And so I will support it because we need to do something with that back lot. I drove back there recently because I wanted to see the developments in the back, how they were progressing, and they're all done. So anyway, I will support it.
Is that a question?
No, I just made a comment. That's all I'm
okay.
doing. I'm done.
Does anyone else? Okay, it's
I'm
okay.
done. I'm not questioning anybody. or
Are there
making-
any other questions for Mr. Osborne or Marshall or anyone else? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll go to staff closing statements. Marshall, do you have anything you'd like to say in closing? Nothing. All right. Then the floor is yours, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to state that we never have an intent to have a gotcha with staff. That's never our intent. One of the things about when we started out this planning process, our initial pre-application meeting, as Marshall stated, the plan was different. We had a plan for more of a the frontage of the live-work units was going to be on Shade Avenue with on-street parking. As we worked through, because we're not a designated urban corridor, it made it more problematic. The specific approval list would have been as long as your arm. Also, the public works standards are very suburban oriented. It's hard to get there from here. There's driveway separation distances that are very suburban for thoroughfares, and we're proposing something that's like Main Street out here with on-street parking, with people that you could walk up and go to do your business with your accountant or whatever. And once we worked through all that, the level of engineering we had to do to satisfy folks was we'd be finishing that now instead of being before you today. So we backed off from that. We worked together, and we looked at a number of options for commercial as well. We looked at commercial, having a little strip commercial facility out front. We looked at the type of uses that would go in there. All that would go in there already is walking distance from this site. But we also we thought about, what the county's economic development goals over the years. Would you rather have, 30, 40, 50 knowledge-based workers here instead of another pizza delivery place? I'm not knocking those, but they're great. I use them. Pizza delivery place, a State Farm agent, and a karate studio is kind of what a small strip commercial would be. So we weighed those things, and this is what we came up with, was a live-work concept, something that we felt that economic development folks have talked about. We've tried to get incentives for, try to get the people here. We also try to make places for entrepreneurs, and this is a place that we feel does those things. We're also willing to proffer a stipulation that a minimum of 12 of our units will be live-work units, and a minimum of 50% of our units will be studio and one bedroom, if that helps the board out. We should have proffered that earlier. I apologize, because that was in the plan already. But that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll say it, profitable incentive and bonus. And that's why we say build us some affordable housing. You get this big profitable bonus. Build us meaningful mixed use. Slap tens of thousands of square feet of Starbucks and a breakfast place and a bookstore and some other stuff and things that these tenants can use. And I'll give you tens, if not hundreds, of additional units, and it's very profitable. We're being asked to give the profitable density for nothing. I mean, even the shoot straight already exists. You're not providing anything new to the community to trade for this. Like, we're always told by the state, we can't force somebody to build for the sake of argument. I know I beat the same drum, but we're always told we can't force someone to build affordable housing unless we make them whole, because that's not fair to the developer. But here, you're not making the community whole in exchange for the bonus that you're getting, because the shoot straight exists anyway. You're not providing any more commercial. And if anyone's going to argue the 500 square feet, I was front row on that one. The 500 square feet of co-work space. First off, that co-work space, I'm almost guaranteeing, is exclusive use of the residents. So it's an amenity, not a commercial site. And second, I could point to virtually every leasing office and every apartment complex built in the last 15 years, is at least 500 square feet of space that tenants can work out of. So it's a great amenity, but it doesn't qualify as mixed use. So my issue with this is I don't disagree with this, but you own 16 acres, not 18. The 16 acres times 12, which you have a right to based on your current zoning, is 192 units. That's a meaningful number of units. What you can build on, you with those 192 units is fit it into a place that doesn't require cutting the parking, doesn't require paving over wetlands, doesn't require cutting back the buffers, doesn't require eliminating every single tree on a site. We're being asked to basically maximize the concessions that we have to give for the sole purpose of cramming additional units that I would argue isn't even really warranted on the site. That seems like an extreme on both ends. This to me just seems like extremely intensive for what the site allows. I'm 100% on board with 192 units. I think that's what fits there. I think you can fit it in, and John's a very smart person, and you can figure out how to get that in there without all of the other detrimental things. I just don't see how this makes sense. I don't think this is the intent of the comp plan, and as I said earlier, I think we're setting a terrible, terrible precedent that's going to be thrown back in our face with everybody who tries to build any multifamily property within a half mile of a retail center until we fix this comp plan, and this is going to have massive unintended consequences.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Serbia.
Thank you. All right. I can't see the site plan any longer because the system is
Computer's broken.
frozen. But, so the Shoot Straight site,
Shoot straight.
is a part of this project. Is that correct?
Well.
Yes.
Shared access.
Yes, is what the applicant is saying.
Part of it. They're the
Yes,
planners.
the shoot straight shows up on the site plan as a part of the project. Yes,
So it is part of this planned development project that is approved with a site plan, site-specific. I don't understand the concern really that there are different owners and part of it's already developed. This happens literally all the time. It happens at every land use hearing we have. This is nothing new. So I have a question, Marsh. Well, maybe it's best for, I don't know who it's best for. Maybe it's best for the applicant, or maybe it's best for the county attorney. Is this fully consistent? And is this compliant with our land development code and comp plan?
Yeah, I can't answer.
You're allowed to
Okay,
ask
so
an expert.
we've
So-
done questions to the applicant, but the county attorney wants to weigh in.
Are we in deliberation?
We're in deliberation.
Yeah, we can't ask questions of the applicant unless we reopen up that segment of the
Okay.
hearing.
Well, I think what we heard is that it is fully consistent with the comp plan and the code. I don't see this as an unusual interpretation. I just really don't. This is how it's always been interpreted when you have mixed-use areas. We need the housing. Yes, they are doing a lot of development on that site, no question about it, and I cry for the trees. But it's going to be consistent with what's already built out there. It's going to look exactly like what's already there. And right now, we've got a homeless camp on there, right? Or have they been chased off?
Looks scary back there.
So I like what Commissioner Cruz said about, he wants to be more straightforward on just adopt future land use categories that show us the density and go with that. That's the argument I just made with the half dwelling unit argument. I don't want to have to be, guessing and calculating what can we do to make things work. We need to raise the densities that are allowed on the comp plan. We do. No question. This area can successfully be built with this density, and I think it'll be a shame if it isn't approved today. So with that, I move approval of this request with the additional stipulations proffered by the applicant.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Serbia and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We're going to continue on through deliberations. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next on the board.
Yeah, Commissioner Cruz made a comment about there has to be community impact or something like that. The live-work project that you're talking about to include in this project, some people are going to move there just because of that, and that was given in the presentation. This is an infill project. I don't understand, we have had shared access before, and even where I'm from, in my world, before on the islands, we had shared access, and that's how we got our parking and all that, and also being able to use the project on some of our commercial areas. So I don't see what the problem is. You know, it's been vacant for 24 years now. It's been woods, and it's been homeless camps for 24 years now that I know of, and it was way before me, I'm sure before then. So this is an infill, and the buildings, the ones you're projecting, look just like the ones in the back. So it looks like there's some compatibility of whoever designed it. It looks like you're trying to follow what they're doing in the surrounding areas. So I'm still supporting it.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other commissioners on my list. All right, so we'll move forward with a vote. We'll do a voice vote. We'll start with District 4. District 4.
Yeah, I made the motion, so yes.
Okay. District 4 is a yes. District 5.
Yes.
District 6.
Yes.
District 7.
Nope.
District 1.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3 is a no. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5 to 2. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
It's 10 to 5. You want to take 5, and before we start the next one? It's going to be a long one.
This? Okay,
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We will return at, 4:53. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We are still here at our land use meeting. Board of County Commissioners, it's Thursday, October 20th. We're on our last item of the day. We are on item number 17, which is a quasi-judicial item. Marshall is our planner for this. And I guess, Marshall, you will introduce this item into the record, since Mrs. DePaul is not here. Oh, Rob can do it. There we go.
Do it.
Thanks, Rob.
This is item number 17, PDR 22-06ZG, Rutland Plan Development, Ardith C. Rutland 1, LLC, owner, Nicholas Aparicio, contract purchaser, PLN 2201-0114, and this is quasi-judicial. Marshall Robinson is our case manager, and Alexis Crespo will be presenting for the applicant.
Wonderful. Commissioners, it's a quasi-judicial item. Does anyone have ex parte communication you want to disclose?
No.
Okay. No one having ex parte communication. Who is here to represent the applicant?
Good evening, almost good evening. Alexis Crespo, Vice President of Planning with RVI. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that I would like to walk you through. And I just want to, of course, always start by thanking your staff. Always great to work with, very accessible, and we do appreciate their time. Joining me here today, the applicant, Four Star Development, John Barnott, who's been mentioned this day as well, represents Four Star. The land use attorney on this project is Mr. Caleb Grimes. Ron Schweid is the project engineer with Atwell. Tammy Lydé is here with ECT and did all the environmental consulting work. And Steve Henry performed the traffic study associated with the project, and they're all available for questions. The subject property is shown outlined in yellow on the slide before you. You can see the property is located on the east side of North Rye Road, just north and east of the Upper Manatee River Road, North Rye Road intersection. You can see from the aerial, this is really a transitioning portion of the county. You can see clearly subdivisions, residential uses lining Rye Road, as well as the agricultural uses that are extending to the east, and the development pattern of residential land uses predominating the area. When you take a little bit of a closer look, you'll see the site is partially vegetated. It is 152 acres in size. There is frontage and direct access onto North Rye Road. The property is undeveloped. It is zoned agriculture, and it's within your urban fringe 3 future land use category, which does allow up to 3 units per acre. Something that's pointed out is the Rye Wilderness Trail, and I'll touch on this in another slide as well, but we are proximate to the county's Rye Preserve, which is a great asset for the community in general. It's a key driver of growth in this area as people are enjoying that preserve, as you'll likely hear from the neighbors that are here today. We do not abut the preserve, though. There is an intervening property owned by John Faulkner that it will separate our project from the preserve, so we don't directly abut that. We will not impact that, and certainly our site design that I'll walk you through does work diligently to maintain compatibility with that preserve and protect the environmental features within it. I talked a little bit about the transitioning land use pattern in this area, and I think that's very well depicted on this next slide. It's a rainbow of colors depicting approved plan developments that are both built, existing, as well as ones that are recently approved by this board in the immediate area. So you can see on the west side of the road, those plan developments have built out over time for a large part. To our north, though, within the last few years, there have been 2 PDs approved that directly abut us. The property in green is Rye Crossing. That is a 118-unit project under development by Four Star. So it will have a common development theme interconnection with this project, as I'll walk you through. Then the large parcel in the orange is your Rye Ranch property, which is approved for 3,500 units, as well as a mix of commercial uses as part of a PDMU approval that was recently approved by the county. So you can see that in addition to what you see existing on that aerial in terms of the residential land use pattern on Rye Road, you also have other approvals. And this property, while not maybe the bona fide urban infill that you just reviewed, this certainly when the properties build out to the north will be the next step in a logical residential development pattern in an area where you have urban infrastructure to support this type of growth. I also want to point out the densities in the area. Staff did a pretty good job of outlining that in the chart within their staff report. Some of the developments, this is all urban fringe 3 unit per acre is the maximum attainable density. Some of the projects on the west side of Rye Road have developed at lower densities, largely due to some wetland areas within those properties. I'll note that Del Tierra, Coddington are developed at higher densities than what is being proposed through this application. Rye Crossing also approved just under 3 units per acre, a higher density than we are proposing. And lastly, Rye Ranch is approved at 2.6 units per acre, so slightly higher than what we are seeking. So we're very consistent with the urban fringe 3 densities allowed in this area, as well as what has been constructed and approved by the county. This just zooms in on that future land use area. Obviously, the urban fringe 3 is shown in the gold orange color. We are seeking a density of 2.5 units per acre, allowable by this future land use category. And this is actually the best slide to show you, I don't know which monitor you all can see, but the orange to the south of us, that's Mr. Faulkner's property. So that shows you we have a piece of land that ranges in width from about 150 feet up to 700 feet in width along our southern boundary that will separate us from the preserve. Again, touching on the surrounding zoning districts, all zoning to our north is planned development, whether that's PDR for the instance of Rye Crossing or PDMU for Rye Ranch. So we're proposing extension of the PD zoning district along with a binding general development plan. The plan is shown on your slide. There's going to be the main ingress egress directly from Rye Road. We have designed that in concert with your transportation staff to align with the access to Rivers Reach, which is the subdivision directly to the west across Rye Road. So we did sensitively design that. We also have a secondary connection point to the Rye Crossings project to our north. So I mentioned it's under common development by Forestar. We are currently amending the Rye Crossing plat to accommodate that interconnection. And we do have a condition of approval in your staff report that states we will not exceed the allowable number of units until such time as that secondary connection has been made. So there's safeguards in place that when we will not trip the county's requirement for that secondary access prematurely. And again, because it's a common developer, that's fairly easy for us to accommodate. You'll note a centralized amenity center within the project, so there'll be private recreational uses for future residents. The residential uses line the internal private rights-of-way. We are intending to gate this community. Certainly, there would not be gating between this and Rye Crossings due to the interconnection, but in general, the properties will be gated at the Rye Road entry. And the other item of note with this project is the stream preservation, wetland preservation, and really notably upland preservation that we've accommodated along our southern property line. So again, being consistent, compatible with the Rye Preserve, we've located our upland preserve areas along that southern boundary to a large extent to just increase the separation. Of course, we have our 15-foot greenbelt buffers lining the property as well as our 20-foot wide roadway buffer, and have accommodated a future right-of-way reservation for when Rye Road eventually gets widened. We are seeking 2 specific approval requests relating to setbacks. We are seeking a 23-foot front yard setback in lieu of the 25-foot. This allows for the sidewalk to be installed far enough away from the garage door to ensure a large vehicle such as a pickup truck can park in a driveway. This design exception has been approved for many of your planned developments as well as both to the north. The other request we have for specific approval is for secondary front yard setbacks on corner lots to allow for that secondary front yard without the driveway to have a smaller setback. Also, something typically approved in PDs recently done. We are in agreement with your staff that the proposed plan development is consistent with the comprehensive plan governing Manatee County. Very consistent, again, with Urban Fringe 3, the intent to cluster new growth in these areas where you do have urban services and have planned urban services to accommodate new growth. We are below the maximum attainable density, as I've stated numerous times, and we've designed the site with the preserve areas, the buffers, and interconnections to be very compatible with the surrounding land use pattern. So I will conclude the presentation at this point. We would submit to you, this is entirely consistent with the intent of the PD zoning district per your land development code, consistent with your comprehensive plan, and our team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are no commissioners on the board. Commissioner Satcher is now on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
Are the homes going to be far enough off Rye Road to where if that gets four-laned in the future, there'll be room for that?
Yes, our plan accommodates the right-of-way reservation as well as the buffer.
And then does it have an acceleration, deceleration lane planned now?
I will have to defer to Steve Henry on any turn lane access.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, I have been sworn. At this point, we've just done the traffic impact statement as a part of the zoning. We will have to do an operational analysis as a part of the FSP for the project. But yes, we will certainly have a southbound left turn lane into the site and likely a northbound right turn lane into the site.
Thank you.
Commissioner Serbia and then Commissioner Baugh.
I was going to wait to speak until Commissioner Satcher brought up his concern, and I have the same thought because I have so many subdivisions in my district that are built along major thoroughfares that when the traffic increases and the roadway expands, everybody's very upset. So I would like to suggest that we include that in the notice to buyer. I know you have the typical stuff for the agricultural surrounding ag uses may have impacts, but I think people need to know up front, that this is a major thoroughfare, and it is going to grow, and it's going to expand. And so, I'd have to look at your plan. Well, it's only a GDP, so you're not showing us what the buffers will be or, the fencing or any of that. But noise will be a problem 10 years from now, so let's prepare for it.
We do show on our GDP the 20-foot roadway buffer, and that is outside of the right-of-way reservation.
Yeah, and 20 feet, it's just, if it's like all the rest, you're going to have concerns and complaints. So I just like to be upfront with people. So please consider adding that to the notice to buyers.
I'm hearing yes from the applicant.
Commissioner Baugh.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And how many units are to be built there? 300 and what?
380 is the maximum number of units requested.
Okay, and is there 2 entrances or 1, or can you go over that with me out of curiosity?
Sure. May I pull back my site plan? Thank you. So we will have 2 access points, and I want to draw your attention to this. There is a stipulation included in your staff report. That would be stipulation 7, which is on page 10 of 23. So the project shall be limited to 100 single-family detached lots on a single access to Rye Road until such time as a second means of access is achieved by the development. The intent there is by the time prior to hitting our 100th unit, we will have the interconnection built to Rye Crossing to our north, and then we would be able to pursue the additional.
Okay, do you have a
100.
map that you can really show me where we're talking about here? I want to make sure I understand.
Are you able to see if I'm
I
pointing
can
at this?
see that, I just can't make out
Where
you're
my
talking
green
about.
point,
Yeah,
where my green pointer is,
you can't see that.
is the interconnection. No, you cannot see that.
I mean, I understand you've got the one that you're going to use for up to 100 units, but I want to know about the second one too.
What would be the best way to direct her? Okay.
I know that. I know that too. But thanks for telling me.
You're asking the question, I'm giving you.
I know, I'm asking for a
It
reason.
disappears on the screen.
That's why I was pointing.
Yeah, thank you.
The roads are shown in black, and so you can see along the northern property line where we're abutting Rye Crossing and that platted subdivision to the north, where the black roadway, it cuts across a lake and links north into Rye Crossing.
Is that another neighborhood up north? Is that what that is?
Correct. That's a single-family community being developed by Four Star as well. So we have common ownership, obviously cooperation in terms of the easements and all that necessary to make that connection.
Yeah, it's the same builder. Is that-
Same builder.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there are no other commissioners on the board. We'll go to staff presentation. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marshall Robinson, I have been sworn. So here's a look at the project along North Rye Road. Get some new batteries. They're in the UF3 future land use designation. They're capped at a maximum 3 dwelling units per acre. They're proposing 380 on 152.3 for a density of 2.5 dwelling units per acre. That's gross. If currently they have the A zoning district, here are the specific approvals. There are 2. The first one is to address corner lots, secondary front yards that may function as a side yard. They're requesting a specific approval from the 25-foot front yard setback down to a 10-foot setback along the secondary front for a front yard that functions as a side yard. And then obviously to reduce the front yard building setback for the primary front yard from 25 feet to 23 feet, where a 2-foot grass strip would be provided. We see this specific approval throughout many planned development projects. Okay. Here's a look at the site plan. I don't know if this helps you, Commissioner Ball, but the top red circle right there is where they're proposing their cross access, which would also serve as their second means of access. And at this location here is where it is interconnecting to the Rye Crossing project to the north of the subject property here. The other main access over on North Rye is in the other red circle there. That's a full access. So these images that I'm highlighting right here are kind of how the project is broken up with the wetland system. And so this is where the stipulation that Ms. Crespo read comes into play. They're asking for 380 units. You have to have two means of access to do that. Currently, we have the Rye Crossing project to the north. We have that under review right now for a revision. And that's a preliminary site plan. And the revision to that site plan is to remove a lot at the location of this cross access and relocate it north into the Rye Crossing project. And by removing that lot, they'll be able to reciprocate the cross access shown here on the other side of the development, where that interconnectivity would therein lie, achieve the second means of access through the Rye Crossing project. The stipulation talks about you're limited to 100 units until that second means of access is achieved. So at the time of final site plan, if the cross access has not yet been approved, the project would be limited to 100 units. Here are the development standards proposed for the project. These development standards are similar to what we see in the area and across plan developments that we see come through. And here are the proposed residential types, more the same that we see for PDRs, single-family detached, attached, semi-attached, and multifamily. These are the projects that are in the area. Another look at the aerial. And staff found it consistent with the comp plan policies. We also find it in compliance with the code to include the utilization of our specific approval provision in the land development code that allows relief from some code requirements that I spoke of. And here's the positive, negative, and mitigating aspects for the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Commissioners, Commissioner Whitmore is on the board.
Can you show me where the Faulkner property was on that satellite? Is it right below it?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah, okay. Show me where.
The Rye crossing, I guess this image, north is left, I think is what's going on here, and the Rye crossing parcel is to the north. Yeah, it's across the road, right?
Sorry, Marshall, it's no big deal.
This one here, okay.
Oh, that's the one.
Okay, to the south there, okay, sorry.
So where is it? The green below?
Yeah, it's the dark blue down there, there you go, where the arrow is squiggling around there, sorry, Commissioner.
That's it? That's what I thought, okay.
That was the trail.
No,
It's
this
not
is
working.
on it. This is, yeah, you can. Oh, you mean the overhead?
Yeah, Tom's open, yeah.
They gotta bring it up.
That wasn't working.
So what's below the Faulkner, that green space?
Can we go to the overhead?
You're not on the screen.
Chris, put on an overhead if you're there, or whoever it is.
Sorry. Tried to keep you in your seat.
Okay. That's his, okay. What's below that?
And then that's
That's our, okay.
the Rye Preserve is below where Mr. Gerstenberger's pointer is.
And there's, at the Faulkner property, I know it's not part of this project, is that, is that conservation, or is that something that's coming before us?
I think it's conservation. Yeah.
Tom?
No. So it's all zoned ag, and then below that we have conservation area. I'm not familiar if there's any plans or anything in the works.
That's all
for that
right, thank
property.
you. Good job.
Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, sir. Is Upper Manatee River Road set as a thoroughfare to continue to the east?
I think I'll let Marie from our transportation talk about Upper Manatee River Road.
Just in general for staff, I'll just say that this area continues to grow. We need to be planning to make the roads connect.
Yeah, right, road's tough, man.
Good afternoon, Mary Wahid, Transportation Planning, and have been sworn. The question is regarding Upper Manatee River Road, or in general about the thoroughfare network and the status in the area.
I mean, you could address both, but in general, I mean, if somebody wants to go east from there, are they going to have that opportunity? You know, right now, the only way to go west is Upper Manatee River, and you can only go over to Fort Hammer. So, anyway, just looking ahead, if we're going to put these houses here, are they all going to end up going down the same small Rye Road to get anywhere they want to go?
Correct. So I will start off with Rye Road. Rye Road currently is under, there is planned functional improvement for Rye Road, meaning bringing to standard and the standard typical section for a two-lane roadway. There are no planned capacity improvement, which means there is not going to be additional lane planned or programmed currently. Regarding other thoroughfares that are in the vicinity, so Upper Manatee River Road from 64 to Fort Hammer Bridge, 30% designed to reconstruct, to widen from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. This is one of those big 6 projects that is going to create some relief for the area. And also, as Steve mentioned earlier, some of the issues with roadway can be inherently operational. So as projects come in and development progresses, there are going to be localized improvement for the operation, like turn lanes and in the access of the project that can alleviate some of the congestion that can arise when you have only a standard 2 lanes. And if somebody's going to make some turns, they can clog up the roadways, and this auxiliary lane can provide some relief as well. So there is some kind of progression, a catch-up, if you will, between development and increased capacity as well as localized operational improvements.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. I just want for understanding of the construction on Rye Road, you're saying it's at 30% in plan, right?
I said Upper Manatee River
Upper
Road.
Manatee.
From 64 to Fort Hammer Bridge, yeah. From 2 lanes to 4 lanes, 30% design, yes.
So that's Upper Manatee. Do you have any information like that on Rye Road?
Rye Road, the functional improvement of Rye Road are tied to an LDA for the Rye Ranch project. So Rye Ranch is the project to the north of this particular site, and as part of their mitigating factor is to bring this Rye Ranch, I don't have the limits in my head to give you, but is to bring it to standard, which means currently substandard in the sense that the typical section is substandard. They will bring it to the typical section for rural road for Manatee County.
So when you're saying standard to substandard, can you give me an example so I can understand that?
So a typical section varies depending on the type of location you are, but standard would be 12-foot lane roadway would be considered standard.
Okay, can you connect it as far as what it relates to 2 to 4 lanes? Will it?
Which 4 lanes?
Which 4?
So Rye Ranch, there's not going to be any added capacity. It's going to remain 2 lane. Currently, it's substandard, which means it's not 12-foot lane, 2-way roadway. It's going to be widened to bring it to 12-foot, yes.
Okay.
It's a little country road, and he's gonna make it a legit road. No.
You see?
No, it's not what everybody wanted to hear. It's gonna stay a 2-lane road, but it's a little country road, and he's gonna make it he personally, apparently, is going to, widen it out so that it's a fully functioning 2-lane road. 12-foot wide lanes, correct. So that way, when you pass a semi, you don't get your side view mirror slapped off. All right, Satcher and Whitmore are on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
That's it. Oh, transportation, stick around. But as you head south on Rye Road, past Upper Manatee River Road, you consider that already as having the functional improvements. Is that correct, or is that still considered substandard as well? Like toward the elementary school, the
Closer to 64, yeah.
the giraffes.
I don't have that particular area in mind.
We have our own
but I don't have
giraffes.
the limits.
District 1 runs.
I don't have the limits to tell you exactly.
Because there was a long and slow project on Rye Road before I was a commissioner, and the sad thing about it was when I found out that when they were done, it was still going to be 2 lanes, and I believe they called it functional improvements. So I call it not going from 2 lanes to 4, but 3. It's just wider shoulders and more turn lanes. It is what it is. It's better than nothing. It is not perfect. So, all right, thank you, sir.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm going to ask the attorney this. We used to be able to deny projects that we didn't think met the transportation criteria, and then I know state statutes changed. And we can't hold accountable a project for a deficiency that already exists. Am I right?
Even I can answer that. Yes, you are.
I know, but I want
Versus
to.
traffic circulation. Concurrency, they haven't done the traffic concurrency study yet, so you don't have information to deny them on that. And if they need improvements, they can enter into a local development agreement to pay their proportionate fair share of the improvements they need due to their impact. But they're not responsible for fixing all substandard roads that everyone else is already impacted.
Right.
But you all now consider traffic circulation and safety when you rezone property.
We've learned lessons in the past where we've made developers build roads, and they took us to court, and I remember like $350,000 we paid because we said, well, no, we want this other road because it needs to be done, and that didn't happen. So I know recently, been of the mindset, and from what we've been educated by staff, is we can't penalize a project for something that is deficient before they even came to us. Am I right?
They haven't done that level of study. When you mention your code of general development plans, they're not required or allowed to get concurrency certificates, so they can't do the level study yet.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this project, I'm just talking about legally.
They're only required to either construct or pay their fair share proportionally to improve the road due to their impact.
That's what I want, thank you.
Okay,
I just have a quick update to give.
an update.
Commissioner-
Oh, good. Oh, all right. Things are happening. Yeah, things are happening live.
And what,
We
will
go
you
to
say your name, will you say your name again?
My name is Mary Wahid, and I'm with Transportation.
All right.
So, when I spoke about Rye Ranch, the plan is to build the planned roadway is 4 lanes, but the outside 2 lanes are going to be built by Rye Ranch. So, if that helps.
Yeah, that does, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good update.
Can I ask
All
you
right.
one more question?
Mr. Commissioner Bellamy.
Sir, just for the, and I apologize to the board and everyone for this, but.
No, we want to get it right.
The elephant in the room is the traffic, right? The elephant in the room is the traffic. So just from my understanding and obviously consider, is there a timeline to that project?
As soon as you give him a couple
timeline, I
million
can-
bucks,
I
he'll be
can-
right on the job. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
The timeline for
For the Rye improvements.
Right.
that I don't have, but I can quickly check and get back to you. But just to go through what has been said, the project currently is coming for a rezone only, rezone with GDP.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
So,
I get that. The things that you don't get is the emails about the traffic from the people from Rye Road. So, and I get it. And nothing against you. I never take staff, I don't take anyone, but the elephant in the room is the traffic on Rye Road, let's be honest.
Okay, thank you, sir. There are no other commissioners on the board, so let's hear about the traffic on Rye Road, and we'll open this up to public comment. I have an order. We're going to go Tyler, Claire, Nate, and then Stacy. Just you? You may. You may. I gave you the order that it was signed, that they signed up in. So when each person comes to the podium, you'll give us your first and last name, tell us what county you live in,
It's on the record.
and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this issue.
Good afternoon, or evening. My name is Stacy Jesse.
Stacy, before you continue, have you all been sworn?
Yes, we have all been sworn in, and I'm a
Perfect.
Manatee County resident, and I've been granted 10 minutes to speak because I gave her my paper that 5 people signed. Do I have the clicker? Oh, there it is.
Did you hear that?
Is my presentation up there yet? There we go.
Do we have a document,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I do. It is signed by an individual from Rivers Reach, 5 individuals from Rivers Reach,
None of whom are myself.
giving her to speak on their behalf.
Okay.
I think I did it right.
10 minutes, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can give me more if you want. Myself and a number of people in attendance today are residents of the Rivers Reach community off of Rye Road and Parish, or live in the surrounding subdivisions attached to Rye Road. The proposed Rutland Development Project is directly across from the Rivers Reach subdivision. Clicker doesn't, where am I aiming it at? This way? I got a ton of slides. I'm hitting the right click, left click. Would someone just click it for me?
Go take him out.
Can you pause my time? I timed this perfectly.
You're fine, don't worry about it.
Oh. I mean, it doesn't have to be like, yeah, if you could just go from screen to screen for just the next screen. There we go. We love our community on Rye along Manatee River, and we love being across the street from Rye Preserve. As growth expands into the eastern part of Manatee County, we ask that you pay careful attention to our area's existing infrastructure needs and already identified needs before approving more rezone applications. We're here today to ask that you commit to smarter growth along Rye Road. My children and I, as you well know, have been in this building, in these chambers, multiple times over the past few months as we've learned about our local government. And really, all of you behind the dais are the reason that we are here again today, because you empowered us with that knowledge to know what to do. And if I hadn't been living and breathing Manatee County government with my kids all summer, I wouldn't be here today. But when a yellow sign popped up next to our neighborhood this summer, we understood what it meant and what to do. There we go. In addition to being a concerned resident, I'm also a CDD supervisor in my community, but somehow I never knew about projects like Rye Ranch or Rye Crossing until it was too late. And it turns out our directly adjacent CDD wasn't on the county's list of properties to be notified. But I am here now, and I ask that you rethink continued rezoning along our road until you've carefully considered our infrastructure needs and the traffic and safety implications this proposed rezone would have on my community and others along Rye Road. Many members of our community wish to be here today, but school or work obligations wouldn't allow it. Instead, they've all sent us photos of themselves and their families enjoying Rye Preserve. Preserve is an important part of the character of all the communities on Rye Road, but the impact of this proposed development on the preserve and the surrounding community's ability to continue to safely enjoy it was not addressed in this rezone application. And as a side note, that Faulkner property that's really narrow underneath, it actually extends well east of the FDAB and is a huge bit of land. We've been trying to work with LMAC and hopefully the county to maybe buy that land. We think it would be a great acquisition for them to look at. The application before you today is asking for 380 dwelling units. Their application would allow for 3-story buildings and multifamily housing. There are currently no 3-story residential units or multifamily homes on Rye Road. Not only is this inconsistent and uncharacteristic of the existing development pattern for our area, they're also asking to do this just a few hundred feet from the only conservation land in East County. While we believe that their proposed general development plan is the wrong fit for our area, that's not the issue I will emphasize today. This presentation will focus on 2 critical considerations that were not given thorough thought during the zoning application or staff report. First, the lack of planned infrastructure improvements along North Rye Road. As Mr. Wahed just said, there are no planned capacity improvements for this road, and capacity is the issue that we're most concerned about. Second, the traffic and safety implications for the Rivers Reach community and surrounding communities on Rye Road. My kids and I observed the county's primary elections this past August, and one of the buzzwords we took away from this election cycle was smarter growth. So what is smarter growth? There seems to be agreement that we have to get a handle on the traffic gridlock and related problems that have come with the exponential growth in our county in recent years. Smarter growth means we make sure we have adequate roads and infrastructure in place to accommodate all this growth. It means we phase development and rezoning into manageable chunks so that our infrastructure has a chance to keep pace with all the new construction. And smarter growth means we learn from our past mistakes on Moccasin Wallow and Erie Road. We make sure funding is in place before greenlighting dozens of projects along dangerous old country roads. We make sure we have sidewalks for students before our new schools open their doors. That's all we're asking today. Just pause any more approvals for development and rezoning on Rye Road until the county has plans in place to make needed improvements to Rye Road. None of us today are naive enough to think the land across the street from our homes will never be developed. We know it is only a matter of time, but now is not the right time. How do we know our road will not be able to handle already approved growth along Rye Road? You have 2 traffic studies submitted to this county in the past 3 years that have indicated a need for signalization and turn lanes at the intersection of Rye Road and Upper Manatee Road. There's screenshots of them above. These project studies came from Rye Ranch and Rye Crossing and have already been approved and are under construction. The county is aware of these needed improvements to North Rye Road, yet these aren't addressed in the project staff report. This is critical information you need in order to consider a rezoning request. And that's what that intersection looks like. Hurricane Ian's near miss is also a timely reminder that flood mitigation and infrastructure must always be at the forefront of the county's mind as we plan for the future. The eastern portion of Upper Manatee Road, right before it intersects Rye, was underwater for days in the aftermath of Ian. That's my husband's drone. The preserve also incurred flooding and damage as the waters of the upper Manatee River surged with the county's dam nearby. Rye Bridge has historically been known to flood as well. What steps is the county taking to make necessary upgrades to these portions of Manatee River, or Manatee Road and Rye Road, so these issues don't become worse when future storms wreak havoc on our area? The capital improvement plan on the county's website outlines planned improvements through 2027. The only mention of improvements to North Rye Road is in Appendix 1. It states on the board, eventual improvements will be made to the portion of Rye Road that extends from CR 675 to the southern limit of Rye Ranch. When I contacted the county to ask when these projects would begin, I was directed to the Rye Ranch LDA with the county that laid out how eventual road improvements would happen. I've got the irrelevant portion in front of you there. The LDA cites a proportionate fair share mitigation project from the southern boundary of the Rye Ranch project site to County Road 675, and construction on this project is to be triggered when the 650th certificate of occupancy. Last I drove by that land, it did not appear any of these homes were under construction, but construction is well underway in Rye Crossing. And the school board, let me find this one, the school board just announced, keep going. There we go. That we will have a new elementary school opening in Rye Ranch in 2023-2024. There are no sidewalks at all along that portion of North Rye. There are no crosswalks or traffic lights on North Rye Road. Will our children be able to safely walk to their brand new elementary school in less than 2 years? Back up. Here we go. There we go. But furthermore, even if these roadway improvements were triggered sooner than later, there's still no plan for the stretch of Rye Road from the southern boundary of Rye Ranch to its intersection with Upper Manatee River Road. And that is the location where the need for a traffic signal was previously identified and the area most affected by the rezoning application before you today. One property being rezoned along our roadway shouldn't signal a domino effect of new rezonings. Smarter growth means such rezonings are phased to allow necessary infrastructure improvements to keep pace with new developments. Please delay approving more rezonings along Rye Road until you've addressed its needed improvements. There we go. Our second point of concern is traffic and safety. I'd like to focus more specifically on the direct traffic and safety implications for my own community and neighboring communities. The Rutland project's only ingress-egress point on Rye Road will be directly across from the Rivers Reach Community's gate, and you can see that where we've circled it on the map there. Oops, there we go again. I guess I lost it. There we go. This has huge implications for the 309 homes in Rivers Reach who rely on this gate to leave the neighborhood each day. Will they be able to turn left onto Rye Road? Our neighborhood has no turn lanes here. This will cause traffic disruption to the residents of Rivers Reach and anyone attempting to traverse this portion of the road. Furthermore, the proposed access point between Rye Crossing and Rutland is really a moot point because it's a substandard right-of-way that would likely go unutilized, being a more narrow and elevated crossing, and it would instead continue to funnel traffic out directly across from our gate. I should have that picture somewhere. I lost it. There we go. Over 600 homes will now be attempting to access Rye Road from these dueling ingress-egress points. That's a nightmare for my community that can barely turn right out of our neighborhood in the morning as is. North Rye Road is the two-lane road pictured here. It has no shoulder, no bike lanes, no continuous sidewalks, no traffic signals, and no pedestrian crossing points. Back roads like Rutland, CR 675, and Rye are already becoming major thoroughfares during rush hour when the interstate or 64 are backed up. It will only get worse as you add thousands of new homes, a second elementary school before updating the infrastructure. Let me show you what it looks like, though, if you continue further south along Rye Road. South Rye Road, pictured here, underwent major roadwork improvements a few years ago to accommodate higher density subdivisions like Deltier and Coddington. They have continuous sidewalks so their children can safely walk to Gene Witt Elementary. There's the other one. Come on, click. Oh my gosh. Click it, there we go. And then go back up for me too, back to White Eagle. And then here is, I think in Commissioner Baugh's district, is White Eagle. If you go down 64 to the roundabout and down, you get to White Eagle. And I'm envious of White Eagle. It has the luxury of being part of the master plan Lakewood Ranch area. Their divided 4-lane road has bike lanes, sidewalks, and appropriately placed traffic lights to allow communities to safely exit their neighborhoods. And no one flinches when another new apartment complex or development is announced along White Eagle because its roads can handle the growth. Rye Road does not have that luxury. But it's more than just the traffic we are worried about. Can you click me through? I'm going out and running out of time because I'm fighting with the clicker. There we go. We can stay there. Section 342.3 of the Land Development Code that I didn't know about before last month asks you to consider how a proposed rezoning impacts the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood and county. My children and I cross Rye Road on foot or bicycle every week to go to Rye Preserve. So do dozens of other adults and families in our neighborhood. Much of the draw of our location is easy access to the preserve. The Rutland project threatens our safe access by placing its only real entrance directly across from our community's exit and the location where we cross Rye Road. In addition, the increased traffic at Rutland's new entrance, just a few hundred feet north of the preserve's entrance, could impact access for everyone in East County who utilizes the only preserve in our area. We ask the Comprehensive Plan 2.1.2.7 requires proposed developments to be reviewed for compatibility and appropriate timing of development, which considers, among other things, availability of adequate roadways. It's not logical to approve any additional rezoning on this stretch of Rye Road until a plan and timeline is in place to make already identified necessary upgrades to its design. Again, our request is simple. Please delay the rezone until a more appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I leave this on the very last slide? Just there. That's perfect.
Okay. You can bring them up in whatever order you choose. All right, Tyler, so first and last name, tell us what county you live in. First and last name, tell us what county you live in. Then you have 3 minutes. Pull the microphone down a little bit so it's pointed towards your mouth. There you go, buddy.
Hello, my name is Tyler Jesse. I have been sworn in and I am a resident of Manatee County. And I will be speaking about why you should only approve 100 homes. The county has approved $718,000 towards needed upgrades to Rye Preserve next year. But while one hand is approving this beloved conservation area, the other hand is considering a rezone to the land just a few hundred feet north of the preserve, with no consideration to the potential negative impacts of Rye Preserve. For decades, these parcels under consideration today have been left untouched and have been absorbed into the surrounding environment. The same ecosystems, habitats, and protected species of plant and animal we seek to protect in Rye Preserve also exist on these intertwined lands. Please consider the impacts to Rye Preserve and our ability to enjoy it as you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Claire Jesse. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and yes, I've been sworn in. It's great to see you all again. I've missed seeing you all the last few months. Gopher tortoises are one of the many inhabitants of our beloved Rye Preserve. They are listed as threatened at the state level. They are the only tortoises found east of the Mississippi River, naturally. Gopher tortoise burrows average 15 feet long and 6.5 feet deep, but they have been documented to reach 40 feet long and 10 feet deep, and they're important to the environment because other animals use the burrows to keep safe from hurricanes. Gopher tortoises also live in these burrows for 80% of their lives. The environmental report states that all gopher tortoise burrows, active or inactive, will be excavated prior to site development. At first, this seems like a fair solution, but my research shows that relocated gopher tortoises rarely stay at their new homes, and many are killed crossing roads as they try to go back to their original habitat. Relocated gopher tortoises can also spread diseases to other tortoises they aren't familiar with. One of the biggest threats to these tortoises is urbanization and development. Ideal building areas for developers are commonly ideal homes for these tortoises. Also, just because you rehome the tortoises that live on the property, it doesn't mean that other gopher tortoises from, say, Rye Preserve won't go on the land. Gopher tortoises are unique animals that I've had the privilege of encountering at Rye Preserve and in my own backyard. Please keep these facts in mind when you decide how much development is acceptable on land so close to Rye Preserve where these animals are supposed to be safe. Again, good to see you all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir? You'll have to pull the microphone down a little bit. There you go. I have to do the same thing.
Hi, Hi, my name is Nate Jesse. I'm a resident of Manatee County. I have been sworn in, and today I'll be talking about Rye Preserve. We like to go there and ride our bikes and scooters across the road. We play in the stream and hike in it, and we find tons of shorties there. I have a question for you. Will it be safe to cross the road when you build 380 homes there? And like the endangered species, the gopher tortoise, the indigo snake, and these gopher tortoises build burrows that tons of animals go in when there's a hurricane. And the hogs, we all know what it looks like when they get into your backyard. It looks like someone grabbed the shovel and just dug a hole. And some of the traffic, it's very hard crossing the road now. How hard will it be sooner? Thank you and let this affect your decision.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You did a great job. All three of you did a great job. Mom, you too.
I was going to
Yes.
say, yeah, which one are you excluding?
Right. Okay, Diane Ritchie is next on my list. So the order is Diane Ritchie, then Lucy Casella, and then Burbank, and then Greg. First and last name, county of residence. The kids, just follow suit.
Diane Ritchie, Manatee County resident, and I've been sworn in. And I think I'm speaking at the right time this time. As residents in the Rivers Reach development, my husband and I strongly oppose the current Rutland development proposal. Why? We will be losing wetlands and wildlife. We enjoy the turtles, the eagles, hawks, fox, sandhill cranes, and even the gators in our backyard. Developing in the Rye Preserve area is taking a step backward in preserving the wildlife environment. Moving their habitats as proposed is detrimental to their existence. Traffic. Seriously, when was the traffic study completed for this proposed development and during what time of day? When there's an accident on I-75 or Route 301 during rush hour, which happens very often, there is bumper-to-bumper traffic on both Rye Road and Upper Manatee. Traffic is held up for nearly an hour on both roads. This is a problem, and noise is an issue. Also, with limited busing of students, the Witt School traffic, along with drop-off and pickup on the west side of Rye Road, is horrendous, which also adds to these backups. Traffic accidents. The proposed development's entranceway is directly across the street from the Rivers Reach exit gate. I live 4 houses away from this exit gate. It takes several minutes to make a right-hand turn out of the development many mornings. A left turn would be impossible during peak hours. The proposed entranceway will no doubt increase the number of accident-related incidents in this area and possibly death due to very poor planning. Traffic exiting out of the Rutland development with the traffic exiting from the Rivers Reach gate is not smart planning and only dangerous. I fear for the bicyclists in this area as well as the children trying to cross over to the preserve due to the high-speed traffic. This is definitely a public safety issue. Multifamily use. Why is 3-story multifamily use even on this proposal? This will only devalue our properties. Flooding. When you reduce wetlands, you will have increased flooding. During Hurricane Ian, Upper Manatee Road was flooded, and the water at the Rye Road and Upper Manatee intersection right near our home was flooded almost up to the bridge. Was this even researched? Approving all this new development when you cannot accommodate new growth and infrastructure properly is not the smart development, it's poor planning. We strongly suggest that as elected officials, all of you take the time and review all information and listen to the residents in Rivers Reach. After all, you were elected to represent the community. The Rutland development will be devastating for our wildlife and human life. We urge you to please make a moral and ethical decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lucy? I sure. Whatever you got, whatever you two work out over there is fine with us.
Thank you.
Okay. First and last name, county of residence, and whether or not you've been sworn, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Lucy Casella. I am a resident of Manatee County, and yes, I have been sworn in. I live in the Rivers Reach neighborhood, which is directly across the street from this property. Many of us in our community are very concerned about this rezoning request because of its close proximity to our precious Rye Preserve and the impact it will have on the protected and endangered species. My neighbors and I did a crowdfunding to engage the services of a certified environmental professional to review the consultant's environmental study. And he found several deficiencies in the report which are in direct conflict with the county's own comp plan policy for habitat protection, specifically 332.
Can I just ask, are you entering that report into the record?
I can, yes. I have it with me.
Yeah, you're gonna have to enter that.
Sure. Okay.
Mic's not on.
Do you
but that's
want
okay.
it now or?
Okay.
Okay.
No, when you're finished, if you give it to
Okay,
the clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I quote, this is from the county's comp plan. Protect floral and faunal species which are threatened, endangered, or are species of special concern from incompatible development by requiring that all proposed development sites be examined for location of listed species. If found, such species habitat shall be identified and protected, end quote. Several protected and or endangered species that are known to be present in Manatee County in habitat that has the same or very similar characteristics as this property were not included in the applicant's environmental report. This may have been an innocent oversight, but I urge you as our county commissioners to delay approval and require these surveys be conducted properly prior to any consideration of this application. For example, we have Florida bonamia, Florida golden aster, cutthroat grass, the pygmy fringe tree, and bonneted bat. These are all designated by the state and federal government as being endangered and or threatened, but unfortunately they were not included in the environmental study. Other deficiencies include the lack of state-approved survey protocols used to determine the presence of Florida scrub jays. Nowhere in the report does the consultant demonstrate adherence to them in order to accurately determine whether or not they inhabit this property. Another deficiency is with the crested caracaras, which are designated as threatened by both the state and federal government. The field surveys by the environmental consultant were conducted outside of the nesting season. That's when you would know for sure whether they inhabit the property. Otherwise, the survey would be deemed incomplete, in my opinion. Again, I urge you to please delay any approvals of this rezoning request until the applicant is able to provide concrete evidence to demonstrate they are not in violation of the county's comp plan policy related to protected species. Thank you all so very much for hearing us.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Greg, I think you know the starting off routine at this point.
I do. Greg Casell. I am a Manatee County resident, and I was sworn in. I don't know what's worse, following your wife or following the kids. I think they're both lose-lose for me. But having been, before I retired a couple of years ago, I was on your side of the dais as a department head, city manager, county administrator for almost 30 years. So I feel sincerely appreciate what you're trying to go through. This is a very difficult decision. I want to emphasize a couple points, and the applicant talked about it as well as Stacy as it relates to density. The river reach is less than 1 unit per acre. Same thing with Twin River, same thing with Foxbrook, Rye Wilderness. Those are 1 unit or less than 1 unit acre. When you start introducing the other D.R. Horton projects on Rye Road, Coddington, Southern Oaks, Rye Crossing, that's when you get into the 2.5 units per acre. Do they have a right to ask what they do? But I think you need to consider that, very carefully as you go through it. How that has an impact on our neighborhood and when you start to work through and I know you've done this, we heard this at the Planning Commission meeting relating to the side yard and the front yard setbacks. They're representing that's doing so you can enhance the environmental open space. They're meeting the open space requirement of 35%. They're not enhancing open space. What they're doing is enhancing density. That's how they get to the 380 units. So you have that discretion to deny those requests. I understand that it's routine, especially on the front yard, but I would ask you to consider that carefully because that is the density. That contributes to the problem with the density. The issue that I'm most concerned about is that you've got 380 units on the other side. They kind of doing a little smoke and mirrors on you as it relates to that secondary ingress egress. It is substandard. It is substandard. That was what's on their plans. You've seen this movie up in the Southern Oaks subdivision, where what they've done up there is they created that secondary ingress egress through Twin Rivers. The Twin Rivers folks are not happy about that. They've got speed bumps, other traffic calming devices up there to discourage those folks from using that secondary ingress egress. So you have that within your discretion. You force 380 units into the same crossing that our residents, the 309 residents, has to use to get in and out of that neighborhood because they're not going to use the right crossing. The elevation shift there is dramatic from one project to the other. So I would respectfully ask you to carefully look at that dedicated ingress egress they talk about for the secondary because it's going to be such that it's not going to be used and you're going to force those 380 homes into that intersection where our residents have to get in and out. So thank you for your time.
Sir, where were you a county administrator?
I was up in Walton County and Okaloosa County up in the Panhandle. I was a city manager in Destin as well as Port Orange and an assistant city manager in Fort Lauderdale.
Very cool. Good.
Thank you.
Glad to have you in Manatee County.
Ernie's a legend.
He was already here too.
Yeah, I know that, so.
Larry Burbank. Tough act to follow, Larry.
My name's Larry Burbank. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I've been sworn. I reside in Rivers Reach, which is right across the road, as you've heard, from the subject property. I come in front of you now and I don't want to embellish or belabor the points that I think have been cogent and well presented by Mr. and Mrs. Casella and Mrs. Jesse, and particularly Claire, Nate, and Tyler. I don't think I can improve on that. But what I do want to do is simply restate what we're all asking for. We're asking the county commissioners to delay any further rezoning on Rye Road until these issues have been addressed and resolved. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. But is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward for public comment? Sir, we'll need to swear you in.
Yes, Glenn Giblin, for the record, I have not been sworn in.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the statements of factual representation you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I never say I do anymore. Okay, so for the record, you've heard from a lot of good folks here today, and they know their stuff. So thank you for coming out and doing outstanding presentations. I will talk about, again, the setbacks and the bonuses they're not entitled to. 23 feet to 25 feet. Now, I don't know how to do the math, but I think I could park a car bigger on a 25-foot setbacks than a 23, but I don't know. The side yard, that's a bonus. That's not part of the comp plan. That's not how you do things. So if they don't want to do any consideration in the setbacks and the bonuses and the side yards and everything that they want to do and give us nothing in return, then don't do it. They're not to code. You know, we had something come up Thursday at the planning, they turned it down because of the road. It was 17 duplexes. Turned it down because of the road. This is very close to the same situation. The infrastructure is not there. The safety is not there. Your job is to protect and keep our citizens safe. This project does not do that. In addition, just exactly what we need is another walled community with no workforce housing. Folks, we are pedaling backwards. Every house we built that you don't set aside for workforce housing just makes it worse and worse and worse. So I am in concurrence of the folks that came before you. It's dangerous. You know, certainly the tortoises would get killed. Time to get out of there. We're already in a traffic crisis. We've already bumper to bumper. You want to put another 400 homes there? 380 homes? They're not entitled to it. They're not entitled to the setbacks. They're not entitled to the side yard setbacks. They're not entitled to any of that. And the best thing you can do is delay this project until the infrastructure is there, the safety is there for the egress and entrance. There's a lot going on. I see no point in approving this project because it is detriment in the safety issue of these folks out here. And they're passionate. It's not comparable to the homes that are on 1 acre. It's not comparable to the homes that are on 5 acres. It doesn't fit in, especially the high rise. No, you need to delay this, set it aside, come back after everything is safe. You got the egress and the entrances because you're adding a lot of traffic. I just don't see it. This should be denied.
Thank you, sir. Well timed, as always. Ma'am, first, last name, county of residence. I'm pretty sure you've been sworn.
Yes, sir. Carol Feltz, Manatee County. First off, I'm extremely, extremely excited about all the people who have finally figured out how this works and what we have to do to be involved and have our piece said about things. I also think that it's kind of, I don't know if anyone's familiar with the history of the town of Rye, but it actually was its own town at one time. That waterways in there were navigable. And also, I would say probably about 22 years ago, was when we were talking about Rye being the hub of our trail system. And from that hub, we were going to be able to have a trail system where we could reach all of the other parks and recreational areas. So, no offense to the people that are here, but I was probably around talking about your subdivisions going in a few years ago. But it has become more and more of an issue. And I think some of the things that we've seen because of the hurricane and because of the flooding, we should have a little bit more caution. Just a few years ago, we floated out a friend's horse trailer from Upper Manatee River Road when it flooded. So we have a lot of things to think about here. The density, 3-story buildings, these are not conducive to the area when people buy into a place that they want those open spaces. And something that Commissioner Cruz said earlier was if someone has a house that's only 750 feet, they're going to be going out and doing things, working or whatever. Well, for some people, the home is a place, a sanctuary, a place of peace, a place where we build on, a place where we have a sense of place. We don't want to have to leave our homes to go and find entertainment and a lot of people work from home now. So having green spaces around us, having a home ownership should be something that we encourage. The other issue we have is that you have to look at all of the other development going around about it. I just got a updated project list from Bobby Roy where there is yet another application for this same area. You might want to stay tuned to that. And we can't have a preserve or a state park without some sort of a buffer and transitional density around that area. When you just make a preserve, the animals and nature there does not read signs. So it would seem to be that you can have a transitional density once you get near those areas in order to protect them as what's their purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Okay, seeing no one, then we're going to close public comment, and then we'll go into the open question period where you can ask anyone a question that you should choose. Commissioners on the board are Servia and Whitmore. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. I do have a few questions, please, and I think the applicant probably is the best one to address them. So I'd like to start with transportation issues. So I read in the staff report that the traffic is not going to be negatively impacted with this development based on the level of development that they're requesting. Of course, a concurrency analysis will be done down the road, but at this stage, there has been an analysis of traffic, and it's been found, I mean, at a rezone level, and it's been found to be acceptable. Is that correct?
Correct. When we submit the application for rezoning, we have to do what's called a traffic impact statement, which is looking generally based on the existing volumes plus all the reserve trips that are on the road, whether there is sufficient capacity. And that existing volume of reserve trips are maintained by Manatee County. So we look at those trips, add ours on top of it, and based on that, at this time, there is sufficient capacity based on when we filed the zoning. Now, once we go into the actual filing a final FSP, final site plan, we will have to do a much more detailed analysis. It will, one, be looking at specifically at the intersections and roadway segments that we impact and making sure that there is adequate capacity. If not, we have to mitigate it. But in addition to that, and the biggest concern of the residents, is we're going to have to do an operational analysis. And that operational analysis is going to specifically look at our driveway. We have to demonstrate that our driveway will operate within the acceptable levels of service established by the county. If not, we have to do improvements at that intersection to allow that intersection to operate within those levels of service. So those will have to be done. Those operational analysis improvements will have to be done as a part of the project to demonstrate that it works. That may be, it certainly will be turn lanes. It could be a signal. It could be other improvements necessary to show that that intersection will work from an operational standpoint.
Okay, and that was leading into my second question, which is at that intersection with North Rye Road, and we heard from the citizens that there could be as many as 600 cars trying to navigate that intersection. Now, I understand there would be a second means of access before you would have the maximum number of units here. But like you just said, that's to come. We don't have enough information to analyze at this time.
Right, and the reality is, we'll have two entrances, they have two entrances. So the reality is of the idea that you have 600 at one entrance is not correct, in that we'll have two, they have two, but there will be enough traffic there that we will have to put the turn lanes in and other operational improvements.
Okay.
And if I could add something, please, to your answer. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm sorry, Caleb Grimes, have been sworn, Manatee County. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm not a traffic expert, but I have been involved with many projects over the years. And your staff has historically, and did in this instance, you want to line up these driveways. Because someday you're going to have a 4-lane out there. As was indicated, you're going to have a 2-lane. And so if you don't line these driveways up, then you have people trying to get in, they can't cross, they have to turn around, so you line them up. And that is standard practice. And then we will have to go in, as Mr. Henry explained, and do an operational and safety analysis. That's to make sure that that intersection operates at in compliance with the rules and the regulations and the capacity requirements. I know I always see the old velocity has to be less than 1.0. In other words, you don't do it where you have to sit in line for too long. You have to make it work. So we will have to do that at the appropriate time. It's the system you all have that we are following, which is we don't do concurrency and that kind of improvement at GDP level unless we're a large project. And so that is what will come in. That's why it will be there, and it will make it where that intersection is operational, successful, and safe.
You know, probably the most common comment that we hear is, can't we wait until the infrastructure catches up before this project is approved? Can we do that? Does the comp plan, do the laws allow us to say, we're going to wait until the infrastructure catches up?
Let me try to answer that. We have developed here in our county a system of concurrency, and we have a system of mobility fees. And we have it such that when a project comes on, they are required to pay mobility fees, the intent of which, and based on your studies that you do, is to have that development pay its share of the monies that are needed to make those improvements. We also have concurrency, in which we will have to come in at our FSP level, and we will do a more detailed study. And that study will say, are we triggering the need for an improvement? Which right now it doesn't show, but it may at the time. Are we triggering the need? And at that time, we have to determine what is the improvement that fixes that need that we've triggered. And when we do that study, we will then figure out what it costs to fix that. It may be a turn lane somewhere. It could be adding lanes. It could be any number of things. And we will do that study, and then we say it costs X dollars to fix it, and we will then use up a percentage of the capacity of that roadway, that improvement. And we'll add up any and all of those that may be there, and then we do what's called a prop share improvement, where we will come in and either build an improvement or give money to the county to build an improvement so that it can get done, and that will be a study that we will do. A good example of that is, Artisan Lakes up on Moccasin Waller Road. They did their analysis. They were a large DRI project, nothing like this, but a very large DRI project. And they did their studies and determined what improvements were needed that they triggered to be done. And you all entered into a local development agreement within whereby they paid, I believe it was $3.5 million, rather than making some improvement, and that was what helped pay for and trigger being able to get Moccasin Waller widened. And that is the kind of thing that is done, and we are not set up where it's done before development. You do it as part of and concurrent with development. I hope I answered it.
That was very good. Can you talk a little bit about sidewalks, the same thing? Because I really appreciate what the Jesse family said about, their kids want to walk to school safely on a sidewalk. And we don't have those just now. So can you explain how and when do we receive those sidewalks?
Well, historically, what we've done and the way we have it set up is we will be required to put sidewalks along our frontage of our property. And that's how you get them with each and one that goes on, is that's how the sidewalks get built. Now, that's not to say, just like with roads, that's not to say that the commission, you can always go decide to put some money up to build a sidewalk. When the school comes in, I suspect it'll be something you will look at the time of the school. But the way we do it, we would build the sidewalk as we build our development in front of our project, and that's how you eventually get them. So in the way we're set up today, in that kind of situation, you all own the rye wilderness. And that is something that not going to be developed, so that's something where probably the county would look at using their sidewalk fund to build something along there.
Okay, the drone footage that was shot of showing the flooding, wow, that was quite a picture. And
It was a pretty rare occurrence.
and this site is in the coastal planning area, I think, the CPA. So can you talk to us about that? Because I'm not even sure. Do we still have a coastal planning area? I know a lot of people want to get rid of it, but so you're saying
Well,
it doesn't often flood like that, and
No,
the heads are shaking.
I
and
said we
disagreeing?
had a very rare event.
A very
Hurricane
rare
Ian was a very rare event. From a practical standpoint, what we have to do is look at the 100-year flood maps, and we have to build, and all homes have to be built above that. We build our roads to drain, and everything works, and you build above the floodplain. And so that's what all these developments, the ones they live in, that's what they would have had to have done. It's no different. There are 309 units that they would have gone through the same process that this one is going through.
Okay. Do you want to answer a compatibility question, or are you good with that? Or do you want the planner to come up?
If I need the planner, I'll
Can you
call her
talk
up
to
here.
us about this project? Please describe how it's compatible, especially with the three-story
Well,
multifamily, and the timing, please.
Let me answer the three-story. We saw one of the letters into you all, and we got to looking at it, and Four Star is not planning on anything three-story. And we saw that was in there, that it could be up to three-story, which was something when you make your application. So I have on my list, the very first thing here is to say that we will, either by stipulation or by some, we're two-story is all we need and want there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, Don, how it got by us to begin with, but anyway, we're good with the two-story. And as far as compatibility, of course, you have to look at all of the development around it. The development that is approved immediately north of us, that is also a four-star, is almost identical. It's a little bit more dense, in part because it didn't have the wetlands that starts bringing down density. You have immediately above that the Rye Ranch, I think it's called, which also was, I think, a Faulkner piece of land. And it is at a density slightly higher than this one, and with a very similar type of approval of types of units and numbers and all of that. So, and then we have across the street Rivers Reach, and they're all, if you look on them on the aerial, you're not going to see much difference in anything. And it is, we're coming in part because you have Rye Ranch and you have Rye Crossing, and they were approved, and under this comprehensive plan, we sit in the exact same situation and are saying we're going to follow what you've been doing, and we're being consistent and therefore compatible. I do want to, on that, I also want to stress, there was a question, we are reserving the right-of-way for the eventual expansion pursuant to your comprehensive plan of Rye Road, so that land for the expansion will be there, and then we have the planted buffer on top of that, following your code's requirement of 20-foot buffers along roadways. And I think we made it very clear that we're fine with the notice to owner on that issue that you raised.
Okay, and do you have an ecologist with you?
Yes.
Okay.
I had planned on bringing her up during rebuttal, but this is working
Okay,
fine.
yeah, and so I wanted to ask you if, are gopher tortoises still protected? I know that I received something recently from the FWC saying they soon will not be.
My name's Tammy Lyday. I'm with Environmental Consulting and Technology, and I have been sworn. Yes, gopher tortoises are federally listed as threatened. yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so yes, they were going to be upscaled to endangered, which is the highest level of protections. But recently, the federal government has said that their listing as threatened is enough for their protection. So so they're going to remain as they are today, which is threatened.
Okay. I'm sorry, a lot of commissioners are complaining about the time because they have commitments, but I'm just.
He was asking us to take over the chair as he stepped out for a minute.
Okay. Have you seen the report that the residents mentioned, which we've heard it may conflict with your report a little bit?
No, I have not seen it.
If I may, I just, these are quasi-judicial matters, and part of that is the right to look at and confront and check on something that has been put in. And at least for the record, I want to put an objection to having something put in the record where we have no chance to look at it, we have no chance to talk to the person, no chance to cross-examine them, which is part of quasi-judicial. So I just want to say that we have no clue what that says. We haven't looked at it, but we have a very good environmentalist who can answer the questions of what she did and what we studied out there.
And I guess I could ask the county staff if they agree with what's been submitted. Our ecologists, do they agree with the ecological report that has been submitted to the record?
Gary, Race Development Services, and I have been sworn. Yes, the report that I saw is the typical report that they have to do. I'd like to refer that, gopher tortoises are regulated by the state. We defer to, what the state laws are. Basically, the applicants, their consultant, they do according to what the guidelines are. There's a lot of guidelines for permitting with gopher tortoises. How you survey, again, this is GDP. They did an initial survey, found lots of burrows. Before there's any construction, they'll be going back out and doing 100% of the area. Personally, we've come a long way. It used to be they'd do a taking, which meant you could just cover them up. You counted them first, but then you covered them up and paid for it. So now they do relocation. They have passed different rules, and they're having such a difficult time. Be honest with you, they moved so many that they have difficult times finding recipient sites. The applicants have to pay for those recipient sites. It's several $1,000s per tortoise. Do I think it's the best system? No, I'd like to see them preserve on site as best they could, but that's not always appropriate. In this site, they are preserving some natural upland areas, but that doesn't mean that they have to leave tortoises there. Again, that's up to the state, what they work out with the state permitting. They went through also and looked for, as I recall reading the report, they looked and did the tape recordings for scrub jays, which is a common way to survey. I don't believe they found any. There was a mention of caracaras. All these things they look at. True, they may not see them on the day or two that they go out and look at the sites. They look at the habitat. Just because, a bird flies through a site doesn't mean it's habitat or nesting habitat for them. So we see sandhill cranes walk through all kinds of places. And so you do your best to try to figure out what's there, what's the possibility that it's there. And I think their report is as thorough as any I've seen. So they did a good job of finding the burrows and marking them on the map and acknowledging that there's more work to do as this gets for a final site plan.
Thank you.
Does
That's
that
all
answer?
I have. Yep, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, I'm not going to be as long. First of all, Carol Feltz hit it right on the head. When your project came in Rivers Reach, we got the same pushback. And there weren't as many projects approved or being built in that area when yours came. So, this is the hard part where you have to balance it. And we've heard also your comments about the infrastructure's behind. We heard that all recently in the last election that saw everybody talk. We're 10 years behind. The reason why is because we have to catch up with as you heard, the funding to be able to do it and the fees, et cetera. Because somebody like that's lived in Manatee County for 20 years doesn't want to pay for a new road on a new subdivision when it's not even close to them. So that's how it works with impact fees and everything. Compatibility, I totally had a concern about the 3-story, and now you just told me that that was incorrect. It's 2 stories. So it's 2 stories compared to all the other developments in the area. That's compatible. So, because I wasn't going to support it, because I never heard of a 3.
Ma'am, this is questions still. We're
I
short of
know,
questions.
you haven't stopped anybody else. Can I continue?
Well, they
And
asked questions.
Vanessa, quit laughing.
Okay.
Okay, no, yeah, you're laughing. So anyway, in all due respect, I'm good, Caleb sat down, so, I mean, I was gonna talk to him, but he had sat down. But mainly, I was, no, stay there. Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore. I get so much disrespect from these people over here, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So next is staff rebuttal. Staff, do you have any closing comments? No comments from staff?
Can I just ask staff?
Sure.
So, the suggestion is, Marshall, to add stipulation A9, and if I got it correctly, it would state that the maximum building height for residential buildings should not exceed 2 stories.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then closing statements from the applicant.
Thank you, Caleb Grimes again, and most of what I wanted to say were covered in questions, but I do want to remind you that this is a site that has been designated as UF3 since 1989, and the idea was that it was, I think, a 25-year plan at the time, and here we are, 33 years down. Right, that as things happened, we would gradually move out there and these sites would be able to be developed at up to 3 units per acre. Mrs. Rutland is looking to have her chance to have it developed that way and make the sale. Others have done it, others have developed, and we kind of want to be treated like the others. We've shown that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have followed all the rules and regulations. And we're in agreement with the stipulations that are presented by your staff. They did a very good job of putting this together. So we ask for your approval, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so now we'll move into deliberation and debate amongst the board. The order of the board is Cruz, Whitmore, and Van Ostenbridge. Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one of those kind of Groundhog Day deals that it's the same thing we see over and over and over again, and everyone comes up and says the same thing over and over and over. And no offense, people can, but it's reality. This is a project that's UF3. We talk all the time about people saying we're giving away free this or free that. Glenn argued about 2 feet worth of frontage. We're not giving anything away. They can build 456 units here based on their acreage. They're only building 380. They're building 76 units less than what's allowable as of right based on this. So, I get the idea of infrastructure not being there. I can't do anything about this. A big chunk of us have only been on this board for 2 years. We can only build roads fast enough, both in terms of time and cost. As pointed out, we build roads with impact fees. If you want to change the structure of how that's done, go back and talk to the state legislature and so forth about concurrency and how it used to be done and people racing to build before they were the one on the hook for building new roads. But we do it via impact fees. And when we get the impact fees, we have to spend them where it makes the most sense. And to a point somebody made, I believe it was possibly Commissioner Whitmore, do you take those dollars and fix the things that have been broken for a while for the current residents, such as Moccasin, well, not Moccasawalla, that's getting built out now, but things like Canal and 75th and 63rd, or do you take those and build for future residents so that we can approve things? Well, if you're a current resident, the last thing you want to do is have your impact fees you paid when your house was built to build a new road for someone else where you're still on a 2-lane road someplace. It just goes in order. It's unfortunate, but that's the way financing works. We just bonded almost $250 million to start fixing roads. But, anyone who's questioning this deal, we had a big discussion about what were the big 10 at the time, and then it went to 8, now it's 6 because of inflation. Rye Road wasn't one of them. We all talked about what was most important. We're fixing Moxawalla, we're fixing Upper Manatee, we're fixing Lorraine and Lena and 75th. Rye didn't come up. At that point in time, that wasn't a primary goal because we had to fix things where developments were already approved, things were already coming online. In some cases, people had been living there for a while. And yes, Rye is a bad road. I live on Upper Manatee. But I lived on Upper Manatee before Rivers Reach was built. And I used to bike up and down Rye, and that was when Rye was ultra dangerous. It was like 11-foot lanes and no shed, no shoulder whatsoever. And I used to bike. But Rivers Reach is less than 10 years old. They were, Rye Wilderness is older than that. Other places further north are older than that. People that came down from Parrish, because that was the only way to go because there was no bridge, are older than that. We can't have this last one in, close the door behind you mentality. Like, your project, this is, you're not part of the Parrish family that, has been on a homestead. Those are relatively new properties. There's over 200 of them there. The impact for Rivers Reach is not dramatically different than what the impact will be for this project. You just happen to conveniently get built first. And we're working on these roads. I promise you, it's a prime focus of this board is to get infrastructure caught up. But we can't legally or just based on common sense go and say, we approved 3,500 units just north of you. But that's it. Now we're done. Now you sit on your raw land possibly for 10 or 20 years until we get around to fixing your road, and then you can monetize your property and make your own profit because we've taken up all the capacity on this other project we just happen to approve before you. It would just be people piling through the door trying to get their projects approved before we cut everybody off. So I get what you're saying. I seriously do. I deal with the same traffic. I live in the same area, but there's a sense of there's reality on how we can build things and fund things and reality on how we can or cannot approve things. And this project is building in accordance with what they're allowed to build. And I don't see where we have any leg to stand on to tell them otherwise.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
I recall, I was going to mention it, but I decided to wait till now. The gopher turtles, Charlie Hunsaker, when he was able to talk to us about 4 months ago, there's a program that we have that maybe we're working with the state, but we have a program that we can relocate the gopher tortoises to DeWitt and other areas now, and he's working with an agency to do that. So we are very aware of that, and we are, just like the scrub jays, they're out in DeWitt, and the indigo snakes, we are really trying to relocate them out there. I think it's like 21,000 acres out in DeWitt. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm next on the board. So, unfortunately, I'm going to repeat some of what Commissioner Cruz said because he got to go first and he listed everything.
He always does.
But, yeah. But we cannot punish a property owner, when all the other property owners around them are developing, and a property owner that has rights, they do have entitlements. They have entitlements and rights to that property. They're actually coming to us looking for less than what they're entitled to by 76, I believe, units. So they're not asking for more. I mean, the things they're asking for they're not relevant to traffic in the end, right? They're not relevant to the concerns that you all expressed today regarding traffic. They're kind of minor in the grand scheme of things for a project of this scale. So we can't punish them for something that is a responsibility of this government, which is roads and traffic. That is our responsibility. Right. Are we caught up on roads and traffic? No, admittedly, we are not. We are. I signed a bond. It's kind of a eerie thing, but I put my name on a bond that was $239 million a few weeks ago, plus I'm not liable for that. I was assured. But plus $100 million in cash that this government basically has put down towards roads as well. So roads are a priority. We know that we're behind, and we are doing everything we can, with the resources we have to catch up on building roads and to catch up on expanding our road system. We also petitioning the state and the feds to give us money to help with that as well. So it's sort of a multi-layer of government process. So just know that we are doing what we can on roads, and I think that if nothing else, this meeting has brought Rye to sort of the forefront to the board, and I think we've been focused on what we call the big six. And so now I think, we know that Erie is sort of looming there, that Erie is going to become, a top priority soon once we get these big six done, but it sounds like Rye and Erie both are going to be there. Is that's what I took from this meeting, is that the next thing we need to tackle is going to be Rye and Erie. As soon as we can start turning dirt on some of these other roads, that's where we're headed next. And Chad, I keep bumping that. Chad Butso is our head of public works. He's the guy in charge of building roads for us. And I noticed that as the discussion about Rye started to go on, he drove across town and showed up at this meeting, because he's not in this building, so he had to drive to get here.
Crazy man.
And I was going to ask him to come up, but then I decided not to. It's more of a one-on-one, I think, conversation, or at least he and I and Dr. Hope's conversation, to talk about Rye and, what's the game plan. And probably going to end up being in a workshop sooner than later, where we discuss Rye and what the plan is. So that's what I took from this meeting, but I am going to vote to approve. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I could easily repeat what has already been said, and they're good points by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, Commissioner Cruz. I mean, they're good points. But I did want to mention a couple of things that I heard being presented to us by some of the speakers, and I just wanted to clear it up. One of the items was about Lakewood Ranch and White Eagle. And I don't know, a lot of people don't know this, but Lakewood Ranch is a master planned community, and our roads are initially built by the developer. But then, a lot of people don't know this, but we pay CDD fees plus HOA fees, and I can tell you they're high. They're very expensive. I mean, I don't own my home in Lakewood Ranch anymore. I'm renting now. But I can tell you, when I sold my home, we were paying, between the real estate taxes and CDD fees, we were paying like 15 grand a year in those. So it's very expensive, but the roads are there. And so that is a real plus when you look at the difference of a master planned community versus just, certain neighborhoods coming into play. And then I also heard someone say that your real estate values were going to be reduced. That is not true. I can tell you that is not true. We deal with this all over the county. I've never seen anybody's real estate values that went down because of a neighborhood being built. If anything, it goes up because all of a sudden you're looking at commercial properties being built, and it's bringing more to the community. So they actually go up, not down. Again, the roads, they're our problem, and we know it. And we are trying to tackle it very, very hard. It's our number one priority for this board, are the roads in Manatee County. So we are on it. We are not to Rye Road yet. I'm sorry. We've done some of it, not all of it, but we are working on it. There's a few things about this project I don't like, and then there's a lot that I do like, but that's not uncommon. You're not going to get something in a development where you like everything about it. But the bottom line is it could be much worse than what it is. You could be looking at a lot more. So I think from what I've heard, I think the votes are there for this to be approved. I'm going to vote for it. But I did want to clear up White Eagle and why that's the case. A lot of people don't realize in Lakewood Ranch, it's a master plan community, and that's why a lot of times you see roads and medians that are already there. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, when it comes to Rivers Reach, it's tough to be any more acquainted with it than I am. I lived there for 3-4 years, and a wonderful community, great people. And I know the curve that this, project is on, and the flashing yellow lights, and I've come up on people that probably were texting, but supposedly they were dodging wildlife that ended up in the pond in front of Rivers Reach one evening. I'll say that I'm encouraged by some of the talk that has gone on here today, as far as that we'll be addressing some of these things in the future. making Rye more of a priority. And then you've got golf, not to pile on, but golf course right behind it. And then keeping those thoroughfares to where we don't end up with a whole bunch of roads that go nowhere. And so everybody's trip to go anywhere is 3-4 times as long as it would need to be if the road's connected. So that's what I'm hoping we can even workshop as we come into the new year, as far as maybe we can't be master planned and we're not all owned by, by one large landowner, the way SMR was, which the reason why we bring those roads up, by the way, is because we all wish, Lakewood Ranch, the roads are amazing.
It's a great community.
Great place. Manatee County is a wonderful place to be. And so anyway, this is less than 3 per acre, which I generally tell people I will always vote for. In this case, there's special circumstances where I won't be. However, where the vote goes from there, regardless, we're going to tackle these roads and continue to make this a huge priority to get the infrastructure we need for people to get them safely where they want to go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. All right, there are no other commissioners on the board. We've held public comment, and we've completed our quasi-judicial process, so we're ready to vote. So commissioners, if you'll cast your votes at this time.
And Mr. Chair, just to qualify, that would be the motion for approval.
This is a motion for approval. The
with that
motion
Stipulation A9 added.
with stipulation A9 added. The motion was made by Commissioner Cruz, and the second was made by Commissioner Whitmore. We're casting our votes now. And it passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition. I would simply add thank you to the residents for coming down, and even though you did not get the result that you wanted, you certainly did bring attention to Rye Road, and you have this board's attention, so it was not by any means a wasted trip for you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Mr. Clegg. Okay, we've reached the conclusion of our agenda, and I have Mr. Clegg sitting next to me now.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
I don't know if we need to wait for things to clear up.
So the meeting is not concluded yet, so please step outside with your conversations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am prepared to bring a motion to the floor with the help of Mr. Clegg, and I will read it to the board. I move to amend the board's 2022 meeting schedule as approved on 2021-21 by canceling all scheduled regular meetings between today and November the 28th, 2022, except for the November 3rd land use meeting, by scheduling a regular meeting on November the 29th, 2022, and by providing delegation to the county administrator and county attorney pursuant to R-20-124 during the resulting November recess.
And this is due to a lack of, items, or we're pushing things to the end, or because you're really not canceling that many meetings?
I'm sorry.
You're doing this to push items till the new board is on?
Right, that is, yes.
Yeah, there's only 3. It's not really canceling much anyway. I'll second that. Commissioner Whitmore. Okay. So real quick. So Madam Clerk, we have a motion as read by Commissioner Baugh, which I have seconded. Okay. Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay, this is very disrespectful. I've been a commissioner up here 16 years. I've never seen anything like this happen. I can tell Bill's probably not happy that he's being put in the middle of this by Commissioner Baugh, who's actually, this is so unprofessional. We have 3 more meetings. How dare you do this, Commissioner Baugh? You have your trial coming up November 1st, and now you're trying to stop us commissioners that are duly elected constitutional officers that you're paying over $90,000 a year to not meet until, except one meeting. And just for the record, that you all know, Commissioner Baugh is laughing. I think if anybody supports
Commissioner
this,
Whitmore, that
if
is so
somebody
false.
supports this,
Okay.
You're going to receive heck from the community. As a commissioner for 16 years, I'm due the respect, and so is Commissioner Servia, to have 3 more meetings.
So from what I understand, the only thing for the next meeting is a consent agenda.
There's nothing on the
That's
Nothing else on it.
that's because the administrator has taken everything off. He moved my furniture without permission, packed my office up. He sent me a note today that I was to have my stuff out of the office, and I said, no, not till November 21st. So guys, grow up, you're adults, you're a laughing stock of the community. Grow some professionalism up here. And this is because Commissioner Baugh is doing this as a personal vendetta. She has her own problems to worry about.
Okay, so I have Cruz and Satcher.
I just want to clarify, because I talked to the administrator last week when he asked my opinion about upcoming meetings. Because he came to me at the same event you were at, the Manatee Educational Foundation, and because I actually brought up to him, I said, so next Tuesday, the entire, is right after we got the PDF, I said, the entire meeting is just consent. He goes, there's really nothing on it, it's just consent stuff. And I said, it seemed, I half jokingly said, regardless of what he did, he put together the agenda, I half jokingly said, what's the point of having the meeting if it's all consent? That's what I told him, and he said, I don't disagree. So I said, what do we have coming up? And he said, we have the consent thing, and he said, there's a couple of legislative things that we can push for the new board on land use. And I said, it sounds like we've got a break. And the only thing that was on there was November 15th. And when we looked at the calendar, him and I looked at the thing, I said, that's the only meeting in November, because they don't get sworn in until November 22nd. So the next regular meeting would be in December, and it'll be the sole meeting that board would have for the entire year. I said, well, if we typically have 2 meetings a month, why don't we take the November 15th meeting and move it to November 29th, so the new board has an actual meeting that they could do something, because otherwise it's literally a meeting between the election and the swearing in. It's an empty meeting. It's a meeting after an election, before a swearing in, because of the timing of the election. So
did you just move the meeting till the 29th then, for the new board?
I
When it was
didn't move
supposed to be in-
anything. I said, why don't we push the meeting, because the 29th is 2 Tuesdays later. I said, why don't we, because we usually have 2 meetings a month. I said, if we're only having one in November, what difference does it make if it's the 15th or the 29th?
Right.
So these admittedly were probably things that were my suggestions to Scott. I didn't know he was doing anything with them,
That's because he doesn't communicate.
but these were conversations I had with him at the Galvano function, when I said, why are we coming in on Tuesday if it's just consent? We'll be there for 10 minutes, seems like a waste of a drive. And then there doesn't appear to be a whole lot on land use, but we are actually still having a land use meeting, so I don't think that's affected. And then I said, my recommendation, why don't we move the meeting from the 15th to the 29th so the new board has a meeting?
What if the,
I'm just saying, that was my conversation with him.
I'm
But it was an informal
Yeah.
conversation, standing in front of a salad selection at the Galvano thing. It wasn't anything formal, and I didn't hear anything further about it, that it was going to be enacted, but he may have had more conversation. I don't think I've seen Scott since then, until he showed up with a mask on today.
Okay.
May I continue dialoguing, Mr. Chair?
Question.
Mr.
Question.
No.
She called the question. I'll second that. Question's been called.
Guys.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Call the question, sir.
Commissioner Baugh called the question. I seconded. All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did you vote? You did not vote.
No.
All opposed?
They're full of it.
All opposed?
Opposed. How disrespectful.
Okay, I need a vote. All opposed. So you're abstaining. You're not, you have to vote. You have to vote.
No.
No.
What kind of
Okay.
human beings are you guys?
There's no point.
Okay, so and you'll vote nay. Okay, so the question passes by a vote of 4-2 with Whitmore and Bellamy in opposition. So then we will now vote on the motion on the floor. You can click your screen to vote on the motion on the floor.
Are there no meetings then?
The
at all?
question's been called. We're voting on the motion on the floor. Okay, there's no dialogue. We're voting on the motion on the floor.
Clarify it. What's the motion?
We will have public comment in just a second. We're voting on the motion on the floor.
What a bunch of bullshit.
How am I supposed to vote? My computer's turned
I
off.
turned mine
Oh,
off.
okay.
I thought the meeting was
All
over.
in favor, all in favor of the motion?
No, Vanessa always has stuff planned.
Sure, we'll do public comment.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll do public comment. Anyone who would like to come anyone like to come forward to speak on the motion on the floor? But we have to stop dialogue because the question
Love
has been
getting
called,
blamed for
Commissioners.
everything.
I'm the public. I'm the one that
First, last name.
pays your salaries, my
Last
taxes.
name, county or resident.
Carol Feltz, Myakka City. I understand that we're feeling a little lame duck. Hey, how about if we use the next couple meetings to address the things that the public has wanted to see on future agenda items? That'd be a swell idea, wouldn't it? Totally understand that we're kind of lame ducky here and we're waiting for the new people to come in, but hey, we're paying for your salaries for a 4-year term. So maybe we can do something as a compromise in that and maybe address some of the things that the public has said they want to see on future agenda items, since y'all don't have anything else to do. But it's been a pleasure spending the afternoon with y'all. I hope I'm safe getting to my car. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We hope you're safe as well. Mr. Clegg wants to make a quick statement, but we cannot be dialoguing.
Be very, very brief, Mr. Chairman, because you're right, the question has been called. I want to make sure it's clear to everyone up here. Any one of you asks me to help you draft a motion for something you want to bring forward to the board, I will do it. I always have, and I believe every county attorney in the Manatee County Attorney's Office before me has always done that.
Who asked you?
We're not dialoguing. The question has been called,
So-
folks. That's why I didn't want to do this.
Obviously, Commissioner Baugh did, because she's the one who made the motion.
Okay.
Sure.
So, I do want to make one point, though. The way the motion works, there will still be a November 3rd land use meeting.
Right.
And the reason for that is because we've already advertised and mailed notices to the public. And so there's some legal issues if you were to cancel that meeting. We do need to go forward
It's in
with
the
that
motion.
meeting. The other meetings, if the motion passes, the other meetings would be canceled, and then there would be a meeting on the November 29th.
Okay.
Make sure the board's clear on what it's voting.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, the motion passes by a vote of 4-2. Is there anything else before we adjourn?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am.
Commissioner, just so you know, Dr. Hopes is telling Lauren that I have to get out of my office, and I sent her an email today. I'm a duly elected constitutional officer, and I already have it ranged, the 21st of that morning of November. I will be moving out. They can put carpet in, they can paint, but I'm not leaving my office till the 21st, just so you know, even though
noted.
you're not having any meetings.
Commissioners, anything else? We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Shame on